Call the 2022 Special Committee on Medical Marijuana to order. Just a couple notes. Michael, I don't know, have you passed these out to everybody, the draft minutes yet? Maybe not. There's the list is out on everybody's desk, the 48, and then I think Jordan, you had 7 different questions. So you guys, the committee might want to look over them and see if there's anything that you want to add today to that list. We're going to keep working on that, and I've passed that list out to a few members in the audience, so some of them might be able to either get answered today. So with that, we'll go ahead and start off with our first proponent, Stephen Linder from the Michigan Cannabis Manufacturing Association. Go ahead. You got the floor. Also, one other thing on your testimony, you can read from it if you want, but we'd prefer after the first few that if you kind of break away and just give us the highlights of it. But go ahead, Stephen.
Certainly. Thank you very much. Nice to be in Kansas today. I'm married to a Kansan, so obviously I married up in my life. Members of the committee, my name is Stephen Linder from Okemos, Michigan, little town right next to Michigan State University. I want to thank Senator Longbine for inviting Lance Baldry, the national law firm Dyke & McGossett, and I to come and testify on your cannabis bills. Unfortunately, Lance and his entire family came down with COVID and couldn't make it. So if time permits, he did an analysis of your bills, and I might cover some of the highlights. I'm here for several reasons. One is I was invited and I was honored to play a very pivotal role in helping to craft the final version of the Medical Marijuana Facilities Licensing Act of 2016. I was involved in taking bills that came from the House, reshaping them, bringing in stakeholder groups to help create a new industry created by government and ruled by government. A little bit of background about myself before I go into how we did what we did in Michigan and why we did and some of the challenges that we faced. I ran the largest issue management and campaign management and fundraising company in Michigan. I worked on many different types of issues, and you can see them here in my testimony. But what really brought me to the cannabis table is for several cycles. I and my company were the general consultants for the Senate Republican Campaign Committee, Majority Committee, and I was a senior advisor for a number of successive Senate Majority leaders. Ours were the last set of hands that shaped the MMFLA of 2016, and part of a very small group that helped write the rules that actually guided the setup of the industry. And then after the passage of the law, Lance Baldry and I set up a little practice to help prospective applicants apply and successfully succeed the barriers of entry that we created. And then we created a trade association, Michigan Cannabis Manufacturers Association, which at the time before I left was about $1.5 billion worth of investment in the state of Michigan. And before I go on to the rest of the synopsis of my testimony, a couple of things that I would like to say. First of all, that we're talking about taking something illegal and making it legal. It is legal now in 38 states, which is why it's frustrating that we haven't been able to legalize it at the federal level. And while it is legal in Michigan and hopefully will be legal in Kansas, it is still illegal at the federal level. And that creates some hurdles and barriers and considerations that you're going to have to take into account, not the least of which is how to manage the money and how to manage point of sale and how to manage reporting of sales. So I'm going to talk for a second about why we needed to create a regulated system. Michigan had a situation that you don't have. You're starting with a blank sheet of paper here. We were an initiative and referenda state, and on the ballot in 2008, passed a law that decriminalized cannabis, created a category called caregivers, prohibited dispensaries, but provided no regulation at all. And lo and behold, hundreds of dispensaries, illegal, started popping up all over the state, all populated with product from the caregiver community. There was money laundering and prescription mills, and it really was, a terrible situation. Law enforcement didn't know what their prerogatives were, and finally, in 2014, people had had enough and said, if cannabis is here, if it's illegal, whether we like it or not, let's start to put together a regulatory law that creates an industry that will create investment, that will create jobs, that will provide safety and testing to protect public health, that will generate taxes and provide for good, high-paying jobs. So one of the things that we were faced with is, what do we do about these caregivers? And I'm not going to necessarily disparage caregivers, but there's a dichotomy here. There is a cannabis industry, and there is a cannabis culture that has manifested itself over many, many decades. And whenever government gets involved, unfortunately, mission creep happens, and we want to take care of many, many different kinds of problems. And we decided to stay focused only on propping up a supply chain manufacturing business that was sustainable and not worry about cannabis culture. So, with those guidelines in place, we created a law, the MMFLA, that created a legal industry from a criminal enterprise. We needed to convince the legislature that this was in their best interest. We did a lot of polling to demonstrate that both Democrats and Republicans in large majorities were supportive of creating a regulated, taxed medical marijuana law. So we wanted to create a system that would encourage successful business owners to invest. We prohibited the grandfathering of existing illegal dispensaries, nor allow their owners to seek licenses. We created a system that assured chain of custody of the product. We created seed to sale, 5 classes of licenses, growers, processors, labs, secured transport, and dispensaries. We wanted to assure very high testing and safety standards. We wanted to create very high barriers of entry for licensing so that only well-capitalized, successful business people who had a history of running legal businesses would be able to obtain a license. We allowed local units of government to opt in or opt out. We had to talk to the municipal league, to the township association, to the association of counties, and get their input because they didn't want to be forced, and they were allowed to decide whether they wanted to allow cannabis in their communities, what license types, and how many of them, and then create systems in order to decide who is going to get the limited number of licenses. Something that hangs over cannabis in every state is criminality, and it really taints the system. And it is incumbent upon any state that passes a cannabis law to make sure that criminality is squeezed out, that the opportunity for bribery is squeezed out of the system as much as possible. And the kicker, really, for the Senate Republicans, who I was in charge of convincing that this was a good thing to do, was to generate taxes. Michigan is a $4 billion cannabis marketplace now. We generate almost $400 million a year in taxes and employ 30,000 people. Those were the metrics that really convinced the legislature to go ahead and take the bills from the House, work with us, and shape them into a package in the Senate that was able to achieve passage. So, as I said, we had 5 categories: growers, processors, secured transport, labs, and dispensaries. This way, there is a manifest system from the time a seed goes into the ground to the time that product is sold in a store. But the kicker here is not just the license types, but the barriers of entry that we created into the system. First, the local unit of government had to opt in and create an ordinance. This also created some problems because if you had a limited number of licenses, where are we going to put them? And there's a lot of lobbying that goes on at the local level to make sure that certain properties are put in green zones, something that you're going to have to contend with. We required applicants to submit 3 years of personal and business tax returns for themselves and their spouses that were vetted forensically by a company that the state hired. Applicants had to submit state police fingerprinting, and we actually had to pass a law to allow the state police to send it up to the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. We required applicants to demonstrate a level of liquidity. The number ended up getting knocked down so low that we ended up putting one more barrier to assure that only well-capitalized, qualified people could get a license. And that was they had to design a building that passed scrutiny, and they had to build a fully spec'd out building before they could even have their application considered for license. In essence, this meant that for dispensaries, 3 to 5 million of investment before you could even submit your application. And I've had clients that have invested $50 to $100 million in grow operations with nothing in them just to be able to get their license. This to us weeded out those people that didn't have any possibility of being able to sustain a cannabis business. All of the plants are RFID tagged so that all along the way we know where they are. We allow stacking of multiple plants in our facilities. And the way that we assess our fees is the facility pays the fee, an initial license fee. Our licenses are only good for 1 year. A lot of investment, which means you're going to have to keep your business up to snuff. But unlike other states, we charge license fees by plant count, not by any other metric, not by square footage, not by size of property, nothing. We charge by plant count. If we're going to have a seed to sale system, it's the plants that matter. And you apply for plants in increments of 500, 1,000, or 1,500. We created a 2-step process. Again, daunting. We wanted only qualified people that could pass muster to be able to get licenses. You'd have to get approval on your tax returns. You'd have to do the background checks. You'd have to submit regulatory and compliance and litigation history. You had to submit architectural plans. You had to demonstrate that you had the ability to purchase a piece of property. That was step 1. Many people did step 1 and 2 at the same time. And the second step, of course, as I said, is you had to build the building. And in a lot of communities, people who were investors bought up old abandoned manufacturing plants and rehabbed them. In some communities in Michigan now, cannabis growers and processors are the largest property owners and employers. People in those communities absolutely love them. One thing we did in Michigan that I would not advise doing because we got rid of it is there was a distrust of the ability of the bureaucracy to properly manage the license application system. So it was mandated to me by conservative wing of the Senate Republicans that we create a civilian oversight board that would be the final approval for applications. In our opinion, we had to concede, but it wasn't possible that this board would work because they only got the end work product from the agency. And it created, a backlog. And it was also, they were unpaid, they were volunteer. We should have professionalized it like the Liquor Control Commission or the Public Service Commission. But nonetheless, we tried, it didn't work, and we ended up eliminating it. If you got denied a license by the board, now by the agency, you have an automatic appeal to an administrative law judge. And if you lose there, you still have remedy in the court system. So I'm going to go into a couple of cautionary tales for Kansas, having been here a couple of times looking at your law. And as I said, it's very difficult transition from an industry that's illegal to one that is going to be illegal at the federal level. The optics of the cannabis marketplace among the public, I ran a campaign firm, do a lot of polling, a lot of focus grouping, still isn't great. We have to prove to the public that we're like any other supply chain industry, processing and delivering a safe, regulated tax product that is going to benefit the consumers. And by doing so, we felt that putting into place our high barriers of entry was one way to demonstrate to the public that we were serious. The other mistake that we made in Michigan that I would encourage you to talk about is our conservatives wanted an uncapped license system. They wanted it to be free market as possible within a government created and a government regulated system. Sounded good. Ended up not working for a number of reasons, and we're going back to fix the law. One, everybody thinks they're going to get rich being a cannabis entrepreneur, and that's just not the case. And I'm not going to go into the economics of cannabis around the country, but it's a tough marketplace right now. There are too many licenses and there's too much product in the marketplace. We also had the issue of we did not get rid of the caregiver category. We should have. And we did a marketplace study by an economics consulting firm, and only 1/3 of the product in Michigan comes from the regulated marketplace. 1/3 comes from caregivers and 1/3 comes from totally illegal sources. Not sustainable. So we would encourage you to not put a caregiver category here. If you've got a process that is able to produce and test and manufacture and distribute safe product and all of the extracts and tinctures and ointments, caregiver category is not needed. And it's very difficult to control a caregiver category once they become a constituency because you don't know where they are. They're in houses and garages, and it really did put a lot of pressure on the highly invested, highly capitalized marketplace. However, if you do put caps into place, which we've had a change of heart and think you should probably consider, there are problems with caps. There's bribery and there's lawsuits. We have caps at the local level. And each city and township and county puts into place criteria for deciding the worthiness of applications for the limited number of them. In every single community, I'm not embellishing, every community, the losers, the people that don't get chosen for the limited licenses, have sued. So that is one issue. However, the greater benefit is you're not going to flood the marketplace with an ever increasing number of licensees that are growing and distributing cannabis. And we also have had problems at the local level with these capped environments. We've had probably a dozen city council members and mayors arrested for bribery to put land into the green zone, to maybe overweight certain criteria in the applications, and you have to worry about that. And one thing I also will tell you is every state that has cannabis coming into it is going to have a lot of eyeballs on it. State police, local police, DEA, FBI, they're going to be here and they're going to watch every single person. We had lots of rumors going around Michigan, people buying people off because they didn't get what they wanted. And there was a tremendous number of interviews and inquiries and investigations. And when I called my counterparts in other states, they told me that this was very similar to the situation they face. So be ready for that. Put a great system in place, you're going to be able to withstand the scrutiny. The other thing that we did that we would encourage you to do is put into place a sales tax structure. As I said, we are collecting over $400 million. We're a much bigger state, but still you'll be collecting tremendous amounts of taxes. We reward local units of government for opting in. They get a share of the pie. So does law enforcement. So we really took care of quite a few people, quite a few constituencies for opting in and allowing these businesses to reside. So we're proud of our system. As I said, $4 billion, 30,000 jobs. And but, you know, we learned some very hard and harsh lessons. And the wholesale price of product in our state has dropped 75% because of some of the mistakes that we made. Too much product, uncapped licenses, not dealing with the caregiver issue. But these are mistakes that are fixable, which is one of the reasons why I'm here today, is to give you the benefit of our experience in the state of Michigan. So with that, I will take questions. Mr. Chairman, I do have some feedback from Lance Bouldry on your bills specifically, if time allows. If not, you do have his testimony.
Yeah, we got a pretty extensive list, but if you want to go through it real quick, I know you're from out of town, so.
Sure. Well,
and then we'll take questions on this pro bono.
We talked about the capping of licenses. One issue that we pointed out here is limits on out-of-state ownership. In other states that have tried to make it a native industry, they've been sued for violation of interstate commerce clause. And it also, even though these are state-based laws, cannabis is national. There are very large companies. There's a cannabis stock exchange. There are cannabis venture capital and private equity funds right now. And, you know, once we took that provision out, we had originally thought we were going to do the same thing you did. Much more money started flowing in, and most of these folks partnered with local Michigan business people because they didn't know the lay of the land. Prohibition on publicly traded companies is probably, again, intended to favor, you know, local ownership. But, you know, C Corps end up being able to be well capitalized and developing historic expertise. Backgrounding each owner. We had zero. If you had any shares at all in a cannabis company, you had to be vetted. One of the things we found out is the vetting that we put into place was so extensive that it kept out venture capital funds, and it kept out private equity, and it kept out partnerships, because maybe you might be part of a partnership and own 1% of 1%, and yet you had to go through all of the production of tax returns and fingerprinting. And so we raised our level in Michigan to 10% for LLCs, and also 10% for C Corps, and those would be major shareholders and C-suite executives that have decision-making process. And that really eased the process for partnerships to become involved. I mentioned that we tax plants. We did some calculations on your per square foot tax, and you might want to take a look at the two systems and see which one is more encouraging of investment and which might prevent an investment and create a barrier of entry that's unnecessary. One thing that Lance pointed out is there's no equivalency definitions to equate 3 ounces of flower to tinctures, edibles, dissolvable powder, and no THC content limits on anything but flower. You may want to take a look at that as well. A couple of other problems we fixed that you might want to think about is co-location. Originally, each license type had to be located separately. Because we have secured transport, it created a mess. If you had a building over here on the same property that did grow and a building over here that did process, and there's 100 feet between them, a secure processor would have to move it. So we were able to go back and rewrite the rules so that processing and grow could be in the same, and quite frankly, retail could be in the same facility as long as there was adequate separation between them, ingress and egress, that were monitored by security cameras. Can licensees have multiple licenses? That wasn't really clear in reading your bill. The other issue, which is a big issue, is will outdoor cultivation be allowed? I mean, we have in Michigan something that floods the market called Croptober. I don't know if that's something we created or if it's in many states, but outdoor grows are a thing. They're only a portion of the year thing. But if you have outdoor grow, how do you monitor it? How do you regulate it? And I think those are probably the high points. Lance would do a much better and more thorough job. He's way smarter than I am. But these are things that we wanted to point out and give you the benefit of our experience in putting a regulated marketplace in place to overcome what had been a really horrible, unregulated, decriminalized marketplace. And we're getting there. We think the system is getting better and better, but it is certainly generating a lot of sales and a lot of revenue. So with that, I will answer any questions.
Your first questions, Senator Longbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Stephen, thanks for being here today. We appreciate your testimony. I want to touch a little bit on the caregiver issue, because when I think of a caregiver, I think of a parent of a minor child. I think of a spouse of possibly a disabled or sick individual. I think of children of an aging population. In your testimony, you touched on the caregiver, but I think that definition is much broader than Michigan. And so could you touch a little bit on what defines a caregiver in Michigan and what they are allowed to do and what caused the problems?
A caregiver, because the product really isn't medicine, we call it medical, but it's not medicine. It's not medicine until the FDA says it is. I'm sure there are medicinal properties, but there seem to be some elements of it that help people. And you can register as a caregiver, not have any medical experience whatsoever. In Michigan, you can grow your own plants. You can do your own processing in your house. We've had explosions. We've had fires. When there's cannabis in a house and there's a fire, the fire department won't go in there. They don't know what is in there, and we don't know what's in the product. But you can register in Michigan as a patient. We have 30,000 caregivers and about 250,000 patients. Now, each of our businesses are required to have a caregiver, and they're supposed to be able to service up to 5 patients each. Well, because they're unregulated and because we don't know where they are, we have no idea how much product is being produced. Caregivers in Michigan aren't supposed to sell their product, only recoup their initial investment in growing it. How do you know? Because there's no reporting of it. And so literally a caregiver is somebody who can grow in their home, grow anywhere, not have to report where they are, have no medical experience, not have to even report the sales or distribution of the product to their patients. And to us, that has created a situation that is really not in the public interest. I don't know if that gives you the answer that you're looking for.
It does. Yeah. Thanks for the answer. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate your testimony today. It's very enlightening seeing the experiences that your state has had I think is critical in deciding how we come up with ours. One of the things that I'm looking back at some of the news that's happening in your state on cannabis. You created a cannabis regulatory agency.
Mhm.
Can you tell me the size of that? And I have a second question if the chair allows.
Well, I don't know exactly the size, but they have a science staff on staff. They have state police that are specifically assigned to the Cannabis Regulatory Agency. They have their own office there. They have field inspectors that do spot checks of all 5 license types to make sure that they're up to snuff. I can't remember the amount of the budget, but it's a very large budget. It's part of the Department of Licensing and Regulatory Affairs, which is a huge agency, but it's its own agency within a larger agency. They're responsible for promulgating rules. In the interest of transparency, they talk to all of us so that we can, challenge, some of the rules. Perfect example is we had a change of administration, and the agency wanted to put in a rule that as a condition of licensure, that companies would have to enter into labor peace agreements. Well, we're a right to work state. And, having the state act as an agent for organized labor was just not something that, businesses wanted. Labor has a right to organize, under the NRLBA. But, uh, those were things that the agency did and continues to do because they're fairly autonomous. There needs to be, in our opinion, a much bigger and broader oversight. This agency is the only agency in state government that doesn't have a governing board. Again, a mistake because it was sort of created on the fly. So we're probably going to have to go back and statutorily put a board in place to monitor the activity of the agency.
So it sounds like you went through some of the problems Oklahoma did with trying to get regulatory setup appropriate for the size of the industry.
Yes.
And as a member of the industry there in Michigan, I'm seeing there's some problems that they're starting to identify, or they believe there's a problem with you said there's an abundance of product, or there was at one time. And now they're saying that there's not enough product to create the flower or let me see if I can find how they said it. Basically, they're saying that there must be flower coming in that's unregistered. And so they're trying to identify how is that affecting the industry? How is the industry looking at that? Because they're saying there's not enough flower to provide enough product.
Well, there's an overabundance of flower. The problem is the regulated industry is competing against caregiver product and product that's being trucked in from Washington State, from Oregon, from California, from Colorado, and only a fraction of it is being interdicted at the border. And so, you've got so much unregulated product coming in. If you go to the store, you're going to buy the $100 TV or the same TV for 50.
Sure.
You don't. So that's what's happening.
That's what I was sitting here.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, that's what's
Okay.
happening.
Do we have any more quick questions? Not seeing. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Linder. Let's move on to Shelby Story.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I appreciate y'all allowing us time to speak today. And I also want to thank you all very, very much for all the hard work that you've put in over the past several sessions advancing this bill on behalf of the citizens of Kansas. As a two-term city councilman in Leawood, I, on a much smaller scale, understand the arm wrestling that you all have to go through. My name is Shelby Story. I work for Greenlight Corporation. We are a multi-state operator with licenses in Missouri, Arkansas, South Dakota, Illinois, Oklahoma. We are based in Kansas, in Overland Park. We have cultivation, processing, transportation licenses throughout those states. And so we're very familiar with pretty much all aspects of the medical cannabis industry. And what I'd like to do today is very quickly just share a few highlights of things that we've seen that have worked well in other states and some things that have not worked so well. And one of the first things which was mentioned is an opt-out for local jurisdictions. I saw in some of the questions from previous sessions that, there's a question about whether a county opting out impacts an individual city or not. In our experience in the opt-out states, cities get to opt in or opt out. Counties get to opt in or opt out for the parts of their county that are not controlled by a local city jurisdiction. We think that's a good tool. Mississippi has allowed just a strict opt-in, opt-out option. About half of that state, I think, opted out. South Dakota did kind of a modified opt-out system where every jurisdiction had to issue at least one license, but they could limit it to that. So there's some options within that opt-out concept that could be very useful. Mr. Linder addressed the limited license stuff fairly thoroughly, so I'm not going to go into that deeply, but the state of Missouri has had a very good success with their limited market. 90% of all dispensaries and licensees are up and running. That doesn't happen in some other states. So limited licenses is good for providing a sustainable industry that allows the citizenry to get the medical marijuana that helps them with whatever issues they're dealing with. Another concept that has been used in many states is the geographic spread of licenses, perhaps on a Senate district level, 2 per district or something like that, where you push the market across the state instead of limiting it to Topeka and Johnson County, and the rest of the citizens don't have access because the industry doesn't want to go, out into the rural areas. So that's a good concept that has worked well to help patients throughout states similar to Kansas, where you have population centers and then you have more rural areas. Some of the things that haven't worked very well, again, I don't need to talk about unlimited licenses. I talked about that last time I was before you all, and you've heard about it from Mr. Linder. It creates a lot of problems that not only impact the industry, but the government and the local jurisdictions who try to control this industry. Another thing that hasn't worked well is when the statutes have onerous or expensive barriers to participation, mostly on the patient side. Really high fees for a patient card dissuade people from getting their card, and they just continue to purchase materials on the black market, which is not always safe, and it certainly doesn't benefit the state from a tax standpoint. Some of the language in the Kansas bill discusses what doctors have to do in order to prescribe medical marijuana to their patients. There are a lot of particular rules and hurdles in that aspect of the bill that will limit very much the number of doctors who are able to even participate, because of the large insurance companies or large medical groups will not allow their doctors to participate in a medical marijuana program. So that's an area that does not work very well for the patients. And then the last thing that I'll mention is that the ban on smoking and vaping not only impacts the industry participants. Flower sales account for roughly 60% of dispensary sales. So without that, it's a struggle for dispensaries to be profitable and stay in business. But also from the patient side, I'm told that it's the fastest delivery method for relief using medical cannabis. Um, so, that's something that we would hope we could talk about further. And those are the points I'd like to highlight for you folks. And thank you again for your time. My company and myself are always available to answer any questions, meet with anybody who'd like to talk to us, and be as helpful as we can. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Barker?
So what part should a doctor play in recommending medical marijuana?
I do think there's a valid role for doctors to play. I think somebody should confirm, a doctor should confirm that a patient has a medical need that meets the statutes. So some of the burdensome aspects here are previous relationship, 90-day limitations. They have to come back every 90 days to the doctor and things like that. But there's certainly a role. Every state has doctors involved in their program, and we feel strongly that Kansas should as well. We believe it should be a system where it's easier for patients to obtain their prescription from the doctor and carry on with that treatment.
Okay. Because my understanding of the bill the House passed was that they had to have a relationship with the doctor, which I think is probably good, because in California, you walk in one door, the doctor sees you, then he sends you next door to a place that he owns and sells you the so-called medical marijuana. I think we want safeguards in the state of Kansas. It's not going to be Oklahoma that they experienced when it was the Wild West. But if it is truly for medical reasons, a doctor should be able to say, okay, I'm going to give you an exam and you tell me your back hurts. Let me identify that. Maybe there's some other problem, not just the need for medical marijuana. So with that, thank you.
Okay.
Senator, we don't disagree with you. We just think that the whole doctor-patient concept needs to not be a barrier.
And I understand it. Fortunately, we had a very esteemed medical doctor on our committee when we worked that. And that was his input. In fact, he's on this committee.
He's getting ready to ask a question. Representative Epley.
Man, that's a setup. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. And I think you touched on a subject that I actually had discussions before with other interested parties, and that is the nefarious black market activity. I appreciate folks that talk about caps and we need caps, and I appreciate folks that say, no, we need free enterprise. And I didn't know if you want to comment. You touched on this, but there's got to be a sweet spot somewhere between caps and total open market. And because I know if we don't find that spot, there will be a lot of black market activity, and we want to avoid that if at all possible as we go forward. Can you comment more about that? You touched about it, but there's potential for black market activity either way, and I don't know if it's geographic or one license per municipality. I don't know. I'd appreciate your comments on that thought. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. You're correct. There's an opportunity for black market no matter how statutes are written. I think a couple of the important things that limit black market activity are ease of access to the medical cannabis program. And so that goes back to my comments on fees. And we have to make sure that we have enough doctors who are able and willing to participate in the program. And, and lastly, I think one of the most important things is that you have an economically sustainable medical marijuana industry. People have to have an investment in their operations that they do not want to lose. And that is the case in Missouri, where licenses are worth so much, you cannot risk contributing to the black market. In Oklahoma, that doesn't happen. They're responsible for more black market marijuana than California today. And in my view, the reason for that is the totality of their regulations, but the unlimited number of licenses is a big issue. The state of Oklahoma did not commit enough state resources to control that market. So, it's just kind of the Wild West. And an important element of a good statute is, charge the industry to allow the states and the local jurisdictions to enforce all the rules. And that requires, in Missouri, we get inspections constantly. Everybody's coming through our operations and making sure that everything's on the up and up, and we abide by all the rules. Unlimited licenses with not enough enforcement just creates a lot of opportunity for black market activity.
Well, and I think part of that is Oklahoma was an initiative. There was a lot of things not thought out by the people that wrote it. This is going to be legislation going through a pretty heavily process that's, to get it through, it's going to have a lot of fingers on. Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today. One of the concerns that we have heard previously was about dosage, and your comment on smoking the product. How do you determine dosage?
Dosage, honestly, is hard in this industry. There are, excuse me, there are THC limitations in various states. And then I think one of the best tools that is available, maybe one of the only tools that's available, is the limit on your 30-day supply, for instance, where, if you're going to access the legal medical market, you can only get 30 days supply. If you use that in 5 days, you can't go to any other dispensary in the state and purchase more. So, it's a challenge. I understand the problem, but I think, limiting how much they're able to buy and possess at any given time is one of the stronger tools available.
Is there a limit on the dosage per ailment? What this ailment would take this dosage? Is there a study on that?
I have not seen anything like that.
I think there's going to be some people coming shortly that are going to talk about the dosage and how it works in other states. Okay. Further questions? Not seeing any. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
We'll move on to Orlando Yee.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I first want to thank you for all of the hard work that everyone in this room is doing, including all the participants. Introducing cannabis to a state or a country is very hard work for lots of people. So I personally want to thank you for all of the work that everyone here is doing. So my name is Orland Yee. I am president and CEO of Kana Technology Solutions. And, we don't need the slides yet. Thank you. And I'm a proponent for medical marijuana in Kansas. So I have a very strong empathy with law enforcement. And as I was taking my daily walk yesterday, that brought me to Topeka High School. So there, what I noticed was there was a very high fence with very pointy tops that go all around the high school. And it was very impressive to me because that represents a huge amount of investment for the protection of Kansas's children. And that's exactly what track and trace systems do. So it's for the protection of the public. So at Kana, we've been focusing on track and trace systems for the last 8 years. We make products for the entire cannabis supply chain. So all the way from the cultivation to the manufacturing to distribution and dispensary. So I've seen legalization come through many different states and many different countries. And in talking with the Colombian government just a few months ago, they are now on the track to deliver medical marijuana to the nation of Colombia. So when we were talking about black market activity, what can limit that is not only the processes and procedures that you do with law enforcement, but also the rules and regulations that this committee comes out with. So if you make the tax burden very high and it's less expensive for a black market operator to make higher profits than in the legal system, that will happen. So I would say look around other states and other nations that have legalized to see the level of black market activity that's happened in those states or nations. And because there are representative states and nations where black market activity is very low. And that is because of processes, procedures, bringing in law enforcement at the right level, bringing in regulations and fees also at the right level to spur the legal market and to support the legal market. So, but let's talk about the benefit of cannabis legalization. So a large benefit, as one of the speakers announced, was in Michigan. They have approximately $400 million per year in cannabis tax revenue. In Colorado, they have last year $423 million from cannabis tax revenue. Now, what was that cannabis tax revenue used for? One half of it was for healthcare and substance abuse. A quarter of it was for the school facility fund. And the remaining quarter was for the school fund, for the general fund, and for local government in the state. So that is all representative of the public good that can be done with cannabis revenue. All right, so now in implementing a cannabis rollout in the state of Kansas, we want to ensure complete public security as much as possible, as you can do in data systems. And what that does, it supplies oversight to the entire supply chain and verification of product purity, protecting the general public, and complete track and trace from the grower to the manufacturer or processor, and then the dispensary, and finally to the end user medical patient that needs that cannabis for their symptoms. Can we go to the slides now? Okay. All right. So the biggest thing that a track and trace system provides is control of medical cannabis and public security. So everyone in this room could pass medical marijuana tomorrow, as long as you can ensure public security. So public security is the complete oversight of the supply chain for cannabis. And then with that, a good track and trace system provides mandatory testing of all the product to ensure product purity. And in the track and trace, that's used within the cannabis operations and transportation. And it answers the question, is the cannabis legal or not? All right, so, and in track and trace, the complete chain of custody, the track and trace part, which is chain of custody, is provided all the way before the seed is even planted. So where did the seed come from, or where did the clone come from? So that information is contained in a good track and trace system. From the grower all the way through the supply chain to finally the patient. So all of that information is contained within the track and trace system. And then it should provide very strong law enforcement tools. So what does that do? It combats diversion and other illegal and illicit behavior. And then it also aggregates video governance so that the law enforcement people have the tools that they need to enforce the laws, rules, and regulations. Okay, and then it provides protection for public security. So how cannabis, legal cannabis, is defined within the system of track and trace is by tracking tags. So access to the product is only available to authorized users, those people that have an actual medical need. And then the track and trace system should provide food safety and market recall if necessary. So let's say, for example, some cannabis entered the system using a pesticide that was not allowed by your Department of Agriculture. So a proper track and trace system should be able to tag every single biomass that was created with that unapproved pesticide and then recall that from the system. And of course, track and trace provides tax revenue and analysis. Okay, so let's talk now about the government track and trace supply chain. So we're going to go all the way from the grower to the end user. So here, this is the legal definition of legal cannabis, is a tracking tag. So every plant and every package of cannabis has a tracking tag associated with that. Now, this tracking tag can take different forms. What you see here on that barcode, that's code 128. That's just the name for that particular type of barcode. We can also use QR code. And in the image itself, you can see there's a little wire embedded in that tag. That is an RFID antenna. So the state may choose to use RFID. There are pros and cons of using RFID and not. In Kana, we support both models. The pro of using RFID is that audits are very fast to complete. The cons of using it is that it's an expensive technology. So anywhere from 20 to 50 cents per tag as a consumable. So the state needs to know that. With a QR code, you're talking fractions of cents. But the downside on just using QR code without an RFID is that it will take longer to audit a cannabis operation. All right, so from here, this is what a typical RFID scanner looks like. On this scan gun, anywhere within 3 meters, when you pull that trigger, it will sense and record up to 800 tags per second. So if you can imagine a cannabis operator from the ABC department walking through a cultivation, every 10 feet or so, they're pulling that trigger. And when they pull that trigger, all of the cannabis tags around them will be recorded by the track and trace system. All right. So where does track and trace start? Right at the cultivation. So in the cultivation, there are a few phases that the plant goes through in its life cycle at a grower. So the first phase is the immature plant phase, where you're actually planting from a clone taken from a mother plant or from the seed of cannabis, and you just plant that into the ground. So that's the immature phase. Now, your state regulators will establish the legal definition of the next phase, which is the vegetative phase. So in Colorado, a vegetative phase is when the plant reaches 8 inches in height. In Oregon, a vegetative phase is when the plant reaches 24 inches in height. So for Kansas, you guys will have to establish what the vegetative phase legally means. And those are two examples. So the next phase that a plant goes through is the flowering phase. Oh, by the way, from the immature to the vegetative phase, that is when the plant turns vegetative, you tag every single plant with a plant tag. So every plant within the legal system is known. In the immature phase that we started with, a tag is put onto lots of plants, like 50 to 100 to 150 plants. That limit is also established by regulation. So why don't you tag every individual immature plant? Number one, there are seedlings, so it's not very physically practical to tag every single seedling because they're very small and fragile. Also, not all of them may survive. So it's easier to tag it when it becomes in the vegetative phase. So after vegetative phase, there's the flowering phase. And in the flowering phase, that's also a legal definition that the state of Kansas will set. For example, in Colorado, a plant is deemed in the flowering phase when it's at least 8 inches in diameter. In Oregon, a plant is deemed flowering when the flower is at least 2 centimeters in width. So your legal definition will be something like that. So after the flowering phase, when the cannabis plant has grown enough, then comes harvest. So at harvest, many plants may be harvested at once. So at the harvest time, it is not atypical in a large greenhouse to harvest 1,000 pounds of biomass of different strains. So another thing that should wind up in rules and regulations is what is the lot size that Kansas wants to put onto the harvest batch. So different states have different sizes. Some states have 50 pounds per lot. Some states have 15 pounds per lot. So the practical reason to have a size for the lot, in my example, a greenhouse can produce 1,000 pounds of biomass in a single harvest. The reason to have it in a small lot size is for testing of that biomass, making sure that number one, there are no contaminants or no pesticides that were used that are not allowed. The other thing is to test for the potency of all the cannabinoids within those particular plants. So a lot size of 15 pounds to 50 pounds is typically the lot size that other people use for that testing. And remember that testing goes right into the track and trace system to guarantee the purity of the product for the protection of the end user medical patient.
Can we kind of wind up? I know it's pretty interesting what you're saying, but
Oh yeah, I'll move faster.
okay.
Okay, let's go to after the cultivation. Then the biomass goes to a manufacturer or processor that transforms that into a consumer packaged good and then retags that with another tracking tag. And then, so in the middle here, we have law enforcement tools that are supplied by the track and trace system. So these tools include using a regular smartphone to scan any QR code or any package tag to make sure that that is legal. And other tools like being able to put out a map of cannabis operations with the people who are running it, so that information can show up to the law enforcement, as well as sending data from the track and trace system directly to the Kansas Criminal Justice Information System so that they have the information they need to do their daily work right at their fingertips on the systems that they use right now. Then from the, oops. Oh, it's not. Oh, there. Oh, it went too far. Can we go to slide 13? So it's so members of the committee, I see the slide on the computer. We're just not getting it on the big monitors yet. But let me just talk to it until you can get slide 13 up. So the last place within the supply chain for the cannabis is a distributor. And I don't think Kansas knows whether or not you're doing a distribution model. So in distribution, a good track and trace system should be able to tag those packages within distribution, and then we can produce non-counterfeitable excise tax stamps. So this is for transfer of the product from one facility to another, or if you guys decide to do national transport, like for example, this is what the INCB does, which is the International Narcotics Control Board, which is an extension of the United Nations. So there's talk right now that Kansas may be the hub for interstate transfer. And so a good track and trace system will support all of those activities as well. All right.
Maybe we ought to just go to questions now because we're getting short on time.
Sure.
Do we have questions from the committee? Okay. I think we probably better move on because we got to stay on a pretty strong pace. Thank you, Mr. Yee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'll be here all day if there are additional questions or any kind of demonstrations that you want. Thank you very much.
Okay. Daniel Shafton.
Thank you, Chairman Olson and Chairman Barker, members of the committee, and of course the hardworking staff. I do genuinely want to start by thanking you for meeting when session is not in. I know there's a tremendous amount of work that goes into all of this, so I really do appreciate it. And to the departments who have been named in this bill coming forward on the 12th, having really taken the time to break down what they need to succeed. And as an industry representative, it doesn't matter what we need if the people who run it don't have what they need. So I'm extremely thankful that we did that first last week. My name is Daniel Shafton. I am a lifelong Kansan. I got involved in Kansas politics when I was 17, too young to vote. And through that, made some hemp and cannabis connections and found myself in the cannabis industry as well. On the Missouri side, having gone through the legislative side, watching the application process and all of the troubles that came afterwards, I really got to live that experience and actively in participating. My goal is to use that experience and that background to help you guys find the best language to create the best bill that we can here. There was an amazing 48 question or point memorandum put together by Jason Long that took all of those needs, comments, concerns of the committee, and that's really what I'm going to focus on today. I want to address those really quickly, point by point, and that's really all I want to do. It's extremely important that we come up with the solutions that have been asked for. As the representative for the Kansas Chamber of Commerce, the industry association, you know might expect me to come up here pushing specific number of licenses or prices or anything, but my job is to help get this bill across the finish line, and we will do that by providing what you ask of us. And so with that, I'll jump into the memorandum. Let's see. So the effective date for ABC has been a major topic for the last couple of meetings. We really need Debbie and ABC to be able to begin their work, whether that's searching for the pieces they need or those that they're going to hire as soon as the bill passes and not at a later date. But I also understand and want to communicate to others that because so much right now is defined in statute, the department might need longer to create this than what the industry is accustomed to in other states. There's just a lot that has to be done. I really don't think that there's a need for a pilot program at this point, and I would agree with the recommendation there. KDHD absolutely does need funding for education. That is absolutely necessary, and I think that we take this time off in between the next meeting to really focus on funding our departments fully anyways. Now, reporting to K-Trax at a dispensary level, that will be done by the seed to sale vendor. The bud tender will not have access to the K-Trax information. They will input it into the seed to sale tracking system, and that will be integrated within an integration tool, so they never are at risk of seeing information they're not supposed to. So one thing that was really a major topic of discussion on the 12th was a 30-day supply. I think there may have been a misunderstanding that there could be different levels of or different limits per patient. A 30-day supply is a limit that is chosen by the state, saying this is the most we feel comfortable saying. Look at this like PRN medication, something that you take as needed. So if you had a 4-ounce limit, if we're talking about flour, that would break down to roughly 1 gram every 4 hours. So the physician isn't saying use your script exactly to every minute, take it. No, it's you're going to have the appointment with your physician. They're going to recommend to you kind of where to start, dosage, types. Then you'll go and you'll pick up your medication and you'll be trusted to use it as prescribed, as with everything else. But one thing that was really important to law enforcement was that this was defined prior to the passage. So, there was a hard number that couldn't just be changed at any point and could be worked on earlier. We met with members of law enforcement, and we believe that doing a 4-ounce per 30-day limit would be very reasonable. That I broke that down recently, and then we would offer just to mimic the equivalents that we see in Missouri. They're called medical marijuana equivalents. So if you have edibles, you get 100 milligrams is 1 point, a gram of concentrate is 1 point, and 3.5 grams of flour is 1 point, and 32 of those is what you get in a month. And that essentially breaks down to the equivalent of 4 ounces. So let's say an officer pulls somebody over and they say, I know there's marijuana here, but I'm a patient. Well, that officer will know that they're going to have 4 ounces. There are special conditions where 2 physicians might agree on a diagnosis and additional need. In that point, they can raise the dose, but most of the time they'll know. So it'll be simple addition. They see a bag of 100 milligram edibles, a gram of concentrate, and a quarter of flour. They add it up. Oh, that's less than 32. Now, 32. Now, another thing was how law enforcement would be able to view this information. It's important that they don't view it through K-Trax. They're not allowed to. And generally, they would like to view it through their own system, JFCI. Sorry, what does it say? Sorry? Casegas, thank you. And so what we could do there is we could also integrate that with the track and trace software. So the police have access to what have they bought in the last 30 days? What is their limit during this period? Yes, they are a patient. They can confirm all those things. So if they have something that they didn't purchase or they have their above their limit, the law enforcement will know that, but the patients will still be protected with all their other health information. Now, I don't think we should be limiting the amount of times that a patient can go within a 30-day period, so long as they're under their amount. I will be honest that when a state first begins, medical cannabis can be expensive. A lot of the patients can be low income, and you're just going to put on a number that says you can't go back after this point, but maybe they can only afford to buy a really small amount at a time. So I don't see that part necessary. Now, another thing that's extremely important that was brought up was caps, THC caps. In the House version, we have a 35% cap on flower, a 70% cap on concentrate, and in the Senate bill, just a 35% cap on flower. This one I think is very important. I explain it two ways. One is a simple math equation. If you cap it at 70% and you take you consume 2 doses of that 70% concentrate, well, that's 140. Let's say that you don't cap it and you've got concentrate over here and you take 1 dose, that's 90% THC. Well, 140 for, you take 2 hits of 70% or 1 of 90. You're not solving anything. But more importantly is the safety of it. If you guys remember, the vaping epidemic in Kansas just a few years ago was from black market vapes where vitamin E acetate was added as a thinner or something to make the carts look like they should. Well, when you naturally take cannabis flower, if you're going to extract that, it's going to be above 70%. And so you're going to have these companies who are required to cut that with what? So let's just acknowledge that there does need to be education around it. People, need to use precaution. It's the difference between a beer and a shot, right? You have to use your judgment, but ultimately, there's greater health risks by mandating that, in my opinion. Okay. Also, really quick clarification. In the memorandum, ABC would not be able to hire an attorney that's not an AAG. They prefer KDOR, but I believe that that's already being worked through. Per ABC request on cultivation, I spoke with many of the active growers in the industry, and canopy size was the preference for how to measure plants versus plant count, etc. I also ABC should absolutely have effective dates listed and required. Fraudulent licenses should absolutely be punished. I think generally speaking, coming from the Missouri side of things, I watched a lot of people get away with a lot of lying in the application or misleading. And I believe that we want the best businesses and the best people to create the best medicine for our patients. As far as packaging goes, I absolutely agree. Packaging must not be attractive to children. There must be seal tamper proofs. We must get that right. I will warn you, over in Missouri, that is so over-regulated from a practical standpoint. As an owner who has had to go through packaging compliance over and over again, you want to absolutely ensure the safety, but not pass on unneeded expenses to the patients by unnecessary requirements. Using FDA guidelines is absolutely a good way of adding to the safety there. As far as products being transferred, there was a request for clarity. Absolutely, if you own a vertical set of licenses, you should be able to transfer from one facility to the other, or you're passing on unnecessary expenses that really do no good. And on that note, penalties should be a power of the director if someone is, If they didn't follow the packaging requirements, there should be punishments. If you go out and you break the rules, there are costs associated with that. Just like if somebody wants to extend how many plants they're growing or move their location, that's work that the department has to do. And so the ABC has requested that they are able to collect funds for that. And I absolutely agree. Another really big thing is the Immaculate Conception. Where do plants come from when they get here? I have yet to hear an example other than once they're here, we need to track and trace them. I think that we could add some requirements that that product can at least show a COA, something that proves that it's a safe product, and do that as a minimum. But beyond that, you're not really going to be able to do that. And I know I'm using a lot of time. I don't think I'll be able to get through all these 48. So let me just do some of the most important ones.
Just hit a couple more and
Yep,
then,
yep.
then we'll go to questions.
Yep, absolutely. So given that it's impossible to even come up here and go through all of the 48 points that Jason put together, even by just giving a quick answer, what I did want to be able to demonstrate was that they all do have existing answers, but they need to be addressed in order for our industry to be able to succeed. I think that what the ABC has asked for is completely reasonable. I believe that law enforcement had a lot of good questions, and I appreciate that they're coming up here asking us or telling us what they need in order to uphold the law. And so I hope that we can continue to keep the dialogue open, and that we can answer these concerns and move this bill forward. So I will send out to the committee the 48 responses to the memorandum, and I will be available for question later. But thank you to everybody for actually letting us know what we need to do, and I look forward to working with you.
Okay, Representative Epley has a question. Daniel, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and not to prolong this too much more, but I've got to ask this question because I think it's important the committee be educated on this, understand this. You talk about, tracking systems. I think, we've got seed to sale in this bill. We all agree that's going to happen. Yep. As we go forward, hopefully. But the second thing you talked about is you thought that an alternative to K-Trax would be a different system that's more legal based or
not
more for law enforcement.
Sir.
Pardon?
In addition, not a substitution, sir.
Oh, so in addition to?
Yes, sir. So essentially, the law enforcement notified us that they couldn't use K-Trax as the way to receive the information they needed. And we also know that they don't want to use a new external system. And so what would happen is the K-Trax would be integrated at a retail level and a pharmacy level, where it would be integrated with the seed to sale. And when a law enforcement official is looking at it, they wouldn't be looking through K-Trax.
No, I misunderstood. So that's not in place of K-Trax?
Absolutely not.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Representative Hoheiser. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're good. Thank you for that presentation. I have a few questions, but I'll just limit it to one. You talked about the 30-day supply and more than one visit every 30 days. I think you make a good point about low-income folks not being able to afford a 30-day supply. So are other states on the 30-day limit for purchases? Is that a rolling 30 days? Or let's say I can afford a 1 week prescription this week or recommendation of medical marijuana this week, but next week when I go back, I can afford a whole month's supply. Am I still able to get the whole month's supply next week, or is that this week's, let's say I can only afford an ounce?
It depends on the state. We can set it up either way. There are states that do rolling, absolutely.
Okay. If you could, when you send your information out, if you can include a little bit on that, I'd like to study a little further.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Senator Rowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically on the reviser's work here on number 42, it says prohibited use in local jails. The question then becomes, is there any other institutions or businesses that it would be prohibited in? the use of?
I don't believe our bill addresses. Jason, do you know if our bill currently addresses the use, like employment usage?
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, the proposed legislation did address employer options in terms of restricting use of medical marijuana by employees and imposing zero tolerance policies in the workplace.
So there would be in the bill, those, or the industry or the business could prohibit the use of. Is that correct?
Yes, an employer can impose a zero tolerance policy on the workplace under proposed legislation from last session.
How about employees of a school district?
There is no distinction in terms of the employer under those provisions. So any employer could.
Or a hospital or a medical, they could say this isn't allowed.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Okay, thanks, Daniel.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, Tuck Duncan, and we're gonna try to move it to about 5 minutes a person.
I rewrote this to 3 minutes, Mr.
There you
Chairman. All right. I've been here before. I know how you are. Okay. I'm Tuck Duncan. I represent the Kansas Cannabis Industry Association. Good morning. Time is short, so I wish to highlight the top 10 list of medical marijuana legislation and leave the reading of my testimony to you. 10. New Section 3 of the bill makes it clear that an entity or individual can only do that which the law specifically allows. This is a good approach. This is not a thou shalt not bill. This is the system. You can do what we allow, nothing else. 9, a failure to act now will encourage a black market because we are surrounded by states that have legalized sales and the national tone and perhaps law is changing. 8, as the KC Fed report attached to my testimony concludes, legal cannabis has increased commercial real estate demand, created jobs, and increased tax revenues. 7, 37 states, 3 territories, and the District of Columbia allow medicinal use. 6, there is a growing recognition of the benefits of medical marijuana in treating pain and as a substitute for the opioid abuse. 5, the good work done by the legislature these past several years should be used as the foundation for a new bill. 4, legislation should provide a safe harbor for individuals who are traveling through Kansas who possess product, maybe money too, legally acquired elsewhere. 3, the committee should pre-file its work before the 2023 session for action in both the House and Senate committees. We'd like to see this, quick started so we don't wait till March to start to have hearings. There's no reason we couldn't get started earlier. 2, you don't need to reinvent the wheel, as you've been hearing. Most of the issues before you have been addressed in other states, and we can learn from and incorporate solutions from those existing systems. Oh, come on. And now, number 1. In poll after poll, Kansans support the enactment of a well-regulated medical marijuana production, distribution, and retail system. Thank you, and we're available to assist the committee and your work as it progresses. Have a nice day.
I was going to come up here and say I was going to set a precedence as the first female of the day, actually taking 5 minutes or less, but Tuck did it quicker, so. Chairman Olson and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Amy Reed. I'm a registered nurse and the president of the Kansas Cannabis Coalition. In previous years' hearings, I've heard many times that you and your colleagues now understand the truly benefits of medical marijuana. Therefore, my testimony today will not be about medical benefits, but rather the changes we would recommend to the most recent bill that was introduced, Senate Bill 560. Although there are many positive components of this bill, there are 4 sections which merit adjustments. Section 32 on licensing fees. I'm not an expert on licensing fees. However, I do know there's a direct correlation between the licensing costs of cultivators, processors, and dispensary owners with the cost of medicine for the patient. The higher the fees, the higher the cost to the patient. I have heard verbatim from Senate President Ty Masterson, as well as other legislators, that the program must be quote unquote highly regulated. Charging exorbitant licensing fees will not lead to a highly regulated industry. Studies show that higher consumer costs will lead patients back to the illicit market. Proponents of high licensing fees will very quickly point towards Oklahoma, also known as the Wild Wild West. But I have to say there's a significant difference between $2,500 licensing fees and $100,000 plus licensing fees. There's a happy medium that is reasonable enough to intrinsically limit the license applications, yet prevent an overabundance of supply versus demand. The coalition believes that a tiered licensing structure with reasonable licensing fees will allow everyone to participate and keep the price reasonable for patients. The next section is section 37, and actually I think after Daniel's testimony, it's puts my mind a little bit at ease. I am a registered nurse, and I was really concerned about HIPAA and patient privacy, having K-Tracks in a dispensary setting. But it sounds like there's a process or a way to keep that patient's protected health information away from non-medical personnel. So I do think we need to have more discussions on that and make sure that we prevent anything like that. But that was good to hear. Next is section 50, transportation of medical cannabis. Most states only specify that when transporting, it must be inaccessible to the driver. Our bill language goes quite a bit further than this by stating it must be stored in the trunk in the original sealed packaging and the seal of which has not been broken. I would like to request that we remove the words "and the seal of which has not been broken" from the bill. There could be unintended consequences of keeping this in the language. For example, say your grandmother travels to visit your family across the state, and she's going to stay for 3 days for Christmas. Grandma has chronic back pain, and she takes 1 edible every evening to help her relax and sleep. However, her package is 20 edibles. So she's there for 3 days. She takes 3 edibles. What is she supposed to do with 17? Because it's no longer a sealed, unopened package. Does she throw them away? Can she afford to throw them away? And not only that, how does that affect her 30-day supply? So my request is to ask that those words be removed. By removing those, it makes the law much easier to enforce and for consumers to understand. The last thing I want to talk about is the timeline. With the efforts to deschedule cannabis at the federal level, as well as potential adult use in Missouri and Oklahoma, we ask that you move up the timelines as quick as possible. Our patients need medicine now, and they shouldn't have to break the law to access safe plant medicine across state lines. In conclusion, the Kansas Cannabis Coalition will always support a program that promotes optimal patient access. That includes advocating for smoking and vaping for our chronic pain patients and home cultivation for our low-income indigent population. But we realize we must compromise. Ultimately, we need to create legislation that is passable on the floor of both chambers. Lastly, I would like to take the opportunity to thank the committee and the other supportive legislators who have listened to their constituents and conducted their own research. I would also like to remind everyone in this room that the overall goal of a medical cannabis program is to provide the medicine for the patients. That's it. It's not to create a new industry in Kansas. It's not to collect tax dollars to better our community. Although a program can create these benefits, the goal is the patient and the patient's access. So I ask that you please keep the patient at the center of your minds when considering various components of this legislation. Thank you, and I will stand for questions.
Okay, I think what we're going to do is hold questions, and we're going to try to run through a few people. Dr. Sue, is it Sisley? And, you know, we got about 3 or 4 minutes. I mean, we just need to keep rolling real quick here. So go ahead.
Okay. Dennis, oh, good, thanks. I think Dennis has my slides. So, yeah, my name is Sue Sisley. I'm a physician from Arizona. I'm internal medicine, palliative care, and I've spent 20 years in medical practice taking care of military veterans under TRICARE. The veterans community was one who persuaded me that cannabis has benefit as a medicine, and we began researching it. Here, let me grab this, sorry. There we go. So we began doing FDA clinical trials on cannabis, all different formulations, inhaled cannabis, smoked flower, vaped flower, edibles. And we, after many years of using the federal government flower for our studies and realizing it was harming our results, we sued in federal court, and we received our own federal manufacturing license. So now we are actually growing federally legal cannabis under this DEA Schedule 1 license. This is only used, the harvest from this material are used only in our clinical trials or for other Schedule 1 scientists around the country. And I want to emphasize that our cannabis is being transported to universities across the nation, including, we just sent a shipment of 10 kilos to Yale, to UC Denver. The last search I did on clinicaltrials.gov confirmed that there's over 205 universities in the US that are currently doing cannabis clinical trials now. So pleased to tell you that. My other credentials to speak with you today are I'm a volunteer medical director for over 27 operators, I mean, 27 different license holders in 27 different states around the country. So I've done this purposely to be able to examine how patients are responding to medical cannabis in different states, how the different regulatory frameworks are working or hurting patient access. So I want to bring that up just so you can feel free to use me as a resource. I am here as a volunteer. I'm not being paid to come here. I'm strictly here to represent the voices of the sick patients of Kansas who've asked me to talk with you guys about the immense amount of controlled trial data that's been published in peer-reviewed journals that shows the benefits of cannabis. So I'm not going to go, you guys have copies of my slides already. I'm not going to belabor this information, but I just want to reiterate that cannabis is a medicine that's been used for centuries. It was part of our U.S. pharmacopoeia that physicians could prescribe cannabis to patients. And unfortunately, because of massive political forces, it was, eventually lumped into Schedule 1. And this has made it very difficult for us to study this medicine properly. I also want to just highlight, I know we're short on time, so I'm just going to come to, I think, one of the most important pieces of evidence about cannabis as a medicine is the National Academy of Science report. So I'm just going to touch on this. As many have mentioned before, the demand from patients for access to natural medicines has become magnified over the last decade as patients are sick of getting assaulted by conventional pharmaceuticals that give them tons of side effects, and plant medicine is offering a lot of relief to people. But this National Academy of Science report, and the NAS is one of our most respected federal agencies, issued this report back in 2017 that confirmed that there is strong scientific evidence to support cannabis as a medicine for various ailments. I'll just give you the executive summary here. Basically, they looked at 10,000 cannabis studies. This is a team of researchers from all over the globe who evaluated the scientific credibility of these studies and confirmed that there was strong scientific evidence to support cannabis as a medicine for chronic pain, for nausea and vomiting, and for the spasticity associated with multiple sclerosis. So I want you to know that this resource exists for you. If you run into constituents or other policy advisors who try to tell you that there's not enough science to support cannabis as a medicine, please provide them this free report online. It's 400 pages. There's a brief executive summary at the beginning that you can show them that there is actually a mountain of controlled trial data and observational studies showing that it works. So let me just finish. I know we're out of time now.
Quick point, and then we got to roll.
Yeah, we're out of time. I'm just going to mention, I want to dispel some of the myths that have been spun by some previous speakers about only big marijuana MSOs, that can run this industry properly. I think that's very unfair. As I said, I work in 27 states where we've seen the little guys, small operators, be able to benefit patients way more impactfully. And I want to just say one rumor I'm hearing is that only MSOs pay their taxes or big corporations. I think that's nonsense. Here you can see that the back taxes owed by these big corporate, over $500 million in back taxes owed to the IRS. Here you can see groups like Verano, Curaleaf owing over $100 million to the IRS. So the notion that you're going to get tremendous tax revenue from these companies is overstated, hyperbole. And here's an example of some of the CEO salaries of these large MSOs. $15 million, $10 million a year. I just want you to be aware that these MSOs are not all they're portrayed to be the solution for Kansas. And I think we want to make sure that Kansas is able to look to what the patient needs are and keep the costs low so that patients can have safe legal access. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I hate to cut you short, but Dr. Byron Adinoff, probably pronouncing that wrong. About 3 minutes, if that's if you can do, that'd be great.
I'll do my best.
Yeah.
I came here from Denver. Chairman Olson and committee members, my name is Dr. Brian Adinoff, and I'm testifying as a proponent of the two bills in question. I'm an addiction psychiatrist, a clinical professor at University of Colorado School of Medicine, and president of Doctors for Cannabis Regulation. I retired in 2018 as a distinguished professor of alcohol and drug abuse at the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center, and as a psychiatrist for 30 years with the Department of Veterans Affairs, where I served as the director of substance use disorder treatment programs at the Charleston, South Carolina, and Dallas, VA. I published almost 200 articles, reviews, and book chapters on the biology of treatment of addiction, and my research has been funded by NIDA, National Institutes of Alcohol Abuse and Alcoholism, and the Department of Veteran Affairs. And I'm the editor of the American Journal of Drug and Alcohol Abuse. I'm a scientific advisor for Kansas Cannabis Coalition, and I do not receive any income from Doctors for Cannabis Regulation and have no financial interest in the cannabis industry. In my testimony that you have, I have a page on the necessity of a medical marijuana bill, but it sounds like the committee has recognized that already. And I'll go on to the specifics about SB 158 and 560. I understand that many senators want a highly regulated medical cannabis industry. You do not want a highly regulated industry. You want a regulatory framework that is thoughtful, efficient, effective, and evidence-based. Remember, the purpose of your years of work on these bills is to provide a safe method for the citizens of Kansas to access the remarkable benefits of a plant that has been used medicinally for over 5 millennia. If regulations are not approached with care, then the process becomes too expensive and cumbersome for patients, medical care providers, cultivators, and dispensaries. The term I heard a couple speakers ago, you want a well-regulated system. You've received testimony that advises, not today, but previously, you have received testimony that advises that physicians recommend the dose, strain, and route of administration of cannabis. There is just no research required to make these determinations, and there is presently no standard of practice with such specifications. There's no state that requires this kind of detail, and I know of no cannabis physician who would endorse this approach. The present bill requires pharmacists for each dispensary. The requirement for medical oversight is much needed, and I'm glad to see this included. However, the pharmacist tasks are quite time consuming, and pharmacists need to be available during all operating hours. And I wonder, are there enough pharmacists in Kansas to fill these roles? Will they be recruited away from drugstores in already medically underserved rural areas? Has it been considered that clinical nurse specialists be considered to fill this position? The more requirements for medical providers in terms of CMEs, the fewer the number of medical providers who will be willing to recommend cannabis. While it's important that physicians learn about cannabis before recommending, the legislature will want to be careful not to make those requirements overly burdensome. There's no sound justification for limiting THC potency for medical cannabis, and many arguments against it. To my knowledge, all of the research demonstrating potential long-term adverse effects of high-potency THC were conducted in illicit markets, and that is what you're trying to avoid here. There are no studies I'm aware of that demonstrate adverse outcomes such as persistent psychosis in regulated medical cannabis markets. In terms of protecting kids, multiple studies have now conclusively demonstrated that adolescent use does not increase in either medical or adult use states. Nora Volkow, the director of NIDA, has publicly stated, I was expecting that the use of marijuana among adolescents would go up, and overall it has not. Previous testimonies advised that only indications previously approved by the FDA for THC be allowed for medical cannabis. These indications are extremely limited and do not begin to address the multiple illnesses that are known to benefit cannabis, such as pain. No smoking or vaping is allowed in the present bills. There are some downsides to smoking or vaping from a medical perspective. This route of administration has significant medical benefits, including rapid onset of action and the ability of patients to carefully titrate their dose to assure that too much medication is not taken. The bill excludes those with felony convictions, even if cannabis related, from participating in the industry. Those individuals with cannabis related convictions have suffered the most from cannabis prohibition and should be allowed to participate in the newly legal industry. This is not in my written testimony, but this has come up. I think employees should be protected if you're allowing a medication to be used, and we want people to work, then you should be allowed to work, and except for safety sensitive position, even if you are using cannabis, and you should be allowed to use cannabis if you are in the hospital. If you're sick, you should be able to continue. And finally,
Wrap up.
Yep. I would like to alert the Senate that DFCR has developed a universal symbol for cannabis products for the protection of public health and safety. The International Intoxicating Cannabis symbol has been adopted by Montana, New Jersey, and Vermont, and has been endorsed by the ASTM International, one of the world's leading consensus standard organizations with over 30,000 members. The symbol is open source and there is no charge for its use, and we hope that Kansas will adopt this product symbol to allow easy identification of cannabis products. So I appreciate the time and all the work you put into these bills.
Thank you. We're going to hold questions. We're going to do one more. Dr. James McIntyre. And if you could get through it pretty quick, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. I'm not going to read my testimony because you have it. My name is Dr. James McIntyre, and I practice medical marijuana certifications for patients in an adjacent state. I'd like to begin with the statement that says we are all fearful of what we don't understand. I think we need more research, and I admire the work of Dr. Sisley at the Scottsdale Research Institute. Cannabis has been cultivated and medicinally used for humans in thousands of years. Current research suggests that we've got over 400 subcomponents of hybridized cannabis. which makes it very difficult to come up with specific dosages based on the variety of cannabinoids and terpenes that are present in a specific strain. So I wanted to touch on a lot of things that I think are important based on definitions, terminology, and compliance. I admired the question by Senator Longbein earlier about the question about caregivers. In the state where I practice, the definition of a caregiver is someone that's providing cannabis by purchasing, transporting, administering, and helping that patient that cannot otherwise handle that. That's different from a cultivating caregiver, which is specifically stating that that patient can cultivate a home cultivation and then provide it to his caregiver patients. So a caregiver is different from a cultivating caregiver, and that's an important distinction I think needs to be made in the terminology. How safe is medical cannabis? I'm going to cite from the United States DEA Resource Guide, page 90, that says no deaths from overdose of marijuana have been reported. That's all I'm going to say. I also wanted to touch on why should cannabis be legal? I think our military veterans deserve better varieties of assistance for their needs. I know that the DOD is doing research involving battlefield traumas now. I think that in discussion of flower and vaping, vaping is no more dangerous in a medically safe delivery system than an albuterol or a nebulized medicine for a child with asthma. Vaping in a medically controlled state is very safe. I want to also suggest that that there's a lot of information being presented here, and I think we need to challenge one another to make the greater good for cannabis available to our Kansas citizens. And my professional experience has shown over several years that this is clearly of value to people. The efficacy and satisfaction of the patient is very high in my regards, and I think that patients should have access to medical cannabis when properly approved by a licensed physician. Thank you.
Questions? Do we have any questions for any of the proponents? Okay, thank you. I think we still got a little time. I'm going to go ahead and jump ahead and get former State Senator Randall Hardy. Are you on the WebEx? Can you give us about 3 minutes of testimony, former Senator Hardy?
Committee members, for the opportunity to speak to you today on the important topic of medical cannabis. The written testimony concerning medical cannabis that I have submitted is one of 6 resolutions that our group has adopted for the 2023 legislative session. My name is Randall Hardy, and I'm a former state senator and now am the speaker for the Kansas Silver-Haired Legislature. Seniors most frequently look to medical cannabis and derivatives like CBD to help manage severe pain from injuries and ailments like arthritis, diabetic neuropathy, migraines, and cancer. Long-term use of traditional pain treatments like over-the-counter medication and prescription painkillers can be problematic, causing side effects and even addiction. Cannabis is not devoid of side effects, but they are minimal compared to the risk associated with the treatment options. Medical cannabis use among the elderly is growing, and there is more public acceptance and reduced stigma to its use. Medical cannabis is increasingly viewed as an effective option for management of insomnia and chronic pain. According to one Harvard study, some research noted that cognitive functioning can even improve when patients use medical cannabis to, among other things, improve sleep and control pain. Kansans enjoy having options when it comes to medical care. Cannabis can provide important benefits to Kansans needing care for many conditions. I view medical cannabis as another tool in a doctor's toolbox to help manage chronic pain and to treat problems more prevalent in the senior segment of the population. As for dosage, our group is less mobile than the general population and would benefit from having access to up to a 90-day supply of cannabis. Please consider the quality of life issues that exist with seniors having the ability to use medical cannabis as they would other over-the-counter or prescription medications to combat the discomfort of degenerative diseases. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on behalf of the senior population of Kansas, and I will stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Do we have any questions for former Senator Hardy? Not seeing any. Okay, I think what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch, and we'll be back shortly after one, and we're going to just work through the list, and we'll get through it today. So, also the written testimony will be put out on the table, I believe, after lunch. So, thank you. Ahead and go back to order. We're going to take a step back. Dr. Sue Sisley, I guess you need a few more minutes. I'm sure. Sorry, I cut you short earlier before lunch, but we'll give you a few more minutes to go ahead and explain.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, thank you again for giving me a little more time to address some of these subjects. I think one of the things that I wanted to emphasize, because I'm a medical director in several different legal medical cannabis states, I have some experience watching how the industry has taken over. And one of the things that I thought was valuable, there's some states that have actually organized a system where they made sure that no more than 80 or 90%, 80 or 90% of the revenue, the investment money to support the industry had to come from within the state. And I thought that was a really good framework that I wish you would consider. They actually put that into their legislation, and it kept, it basically supported your local people, and it allows, you have plenty of people in the state of Kansas of high enough net worth to support your own industry, and you don't need to allow the encroachment of all these other corporate behemoths from outside. Then I wanted to just share with you, let me see if I can fly through these real quick, but I wanted to just show you a glimpse of why the studies, because I know I was telling you that I do clinical trials on cannabis, looking at cannabis as a treatment for pain, PTSD, and opioid substitution. And I was just going to explain that this is the regulatory pathway. If you can see, this is what it takes to do a clinical trial in the US looking at cannabis. Each of these boxes represents different regulatory hurdles. And that's why it's so brutal to try to do studies in the US. And that's why it's so important that you create a framework now for people to have access, sick patients to have access immediately. I also want to mention that of all the studies that have been approved to be done in the US, they were all on inhaled flower. So the cannabis that we were forced to buy from University of Mississippi for the last 50 years has been dry flower. So when you talk about a program that's built around edibles or oral dosing, you just want to mention that there isn't really studies that support the safety or efficacy of those formulations, of those delivery methods. All the studies that have been published from our federally legal cannabis are all dry flower. So if there is an opportunity to reconsider inhaled flower, not combusted, but just vaporized flower, I think that would be really well supported by the existing scientific literature. But this is what you're up against. If you want to talk about doing clinical trials in the US, this is a brutal pathway that typically takes 6 to 7 years to get this to get studies underway. And that's why it could take another decade for us to actually get flower through the entire FDA process. And then I just want to touch on the notion that all these other, if you at least allow for plant material, you'll enable patients to create their own salves and topicals, things like that. It's really easy to make these at home using the dry plant material. And these are a great way of treating pain. In my home state of Arizona, we, again, very conservative state with a mature medical marijuana program for over 10 years now. We've allowed all different formulations of cannabis, including all the inhaled flower, vaporized smoked flower, all different delivery methods. And we have a very strong program that we had over 350,000 patients that were served by the program until recreational cannabis was implemented by the MSO. So that is something I wanted you to be aware of, that the drive to move to recreational cannabis will exist as long as you allow the corporate behemoths, the MSOs, to call the shots here. So hopefully you'll be able to prevent that in your regulatory framework to make sure that because otherwise there's a constant drive to move into recreational by MSOs that want that extra revenue stream. So I think that's it. I just wanted to make sure that you know that I want to be a resource for you as you ask questions about dosing and things like that. Please let me know if I can help out here. I'm trying to be here as a volunteer expert to address those questions. In dosing in our clinical trials, the FDA approved patient self-titration. And I think that's really important to remember that, you know, even the FDA felt that with inhaled cannabis flower, that patient self-titration is the best method of ensuring patients get to use what they need and then leave the rest. And in our studies, we didn't see patients abusing it. They were allowed 3 grams a day of whole flower, and they only used as little as they needed to manage their pain, and then they stopped. So I think patient self-titration is a reasonable dosing regimen that most legal markets have embraced. So yeah, so let me stop here. If anybody has questions, I'm happy to.
Do we have questions? Representative Barker.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I was trying to Google Scottsdale Research Institute.
Yeah.
Is that where you work?
That was our, now we're called Field to Healed Foundation. But yeah, Scottsdale Research Institute is the original name of our laboratory where we have our DEA licenses.
When it was Googled, it just said not in business or something.
Right. That's it. What it means is that we moved locations. So we're currently in a commercial building in Central Phoenix where we do, and those DEA licenses that you saw are all active, and we are actively growing cannabis under federal license. We're one of the few companies in the country that has been granted this privilege to grow cannabis and use it in our own clinical trials. And we're actively doing studies. You can look it up on clinicaltrials.gov. We have several FDA approved clinical trials that are underway. Unfortunately, that Google search keeps coming up for people, but all it was we changed locations. We moved our building from North Phoenix to Central Phoenix. So that location is closed.
So did you change names?
Yes. So we're officially now Field to Healed Foundation.
All right. So I can Google that.
Yeah. Do that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, you bet.
Representative Epley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. I want to make sure the committee understands that you're the importance you put on the flower. You think that's really important to any bill, even from stage one, that we need to have consistent flower available for individuals to use for medicinal purposes outlined through docs that give a recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can that be made, is that a consistent concentration? I mean, is it all over? Is there a lot of differences within the flower, or can you comment on that, please, Doctor?
Yeah, absolutely. The flower is complex. It's got hundreds of different molecules that work synergistically together. And so there are literally thousands of different cultivars of the cannabis plant that have all different potencies. So you'll see many of the patients in Kansas are accessing flower that is as low as 1 to 2% THC and high CBD flower, and others are seeking flower that's more rich in THC because THC is an essential part of the treatment for pain and PTSD. We know that THC has to be part of that regimen, otherwise it doesn't really control either pain or PTSD.
Go ahead.
Just my last question on that vein is, I think there's a fear factor about freebasing this stuff and concentrating, hyper concentrating it. And you're saying in many other states where they have medicinal marijuana through flower, that's not been an issue or a problem. I just think it's important we understand that, because I think it's harder to freebase or concentrate edibles as opposed to flower. And if you could comment about that to allay our concerns, that would be helpful.
Yeah, I think the flower is, if everybody keeps in mind that flower is the original medicine, and all of these concentrated oils, tinctures are derivatives of the natural flower, but the flower is the most balanced opportunity to use the medicine, and it has the least potential for addiction. the problem is that when you do an extraction on whole flower, you're actually hyper concentrating the cannabinoids, and that's where people get adverse events. If you look at the Poison Control Center data in any of the legal cannabis markets, you'll see that the adverse events that are reported in those states are primarily around oils and extracts. Almost never do you see somebody overusing dry flower, inhaled flower, in a way that would cause them problems. So bottom line is dry flower is the most balanced version of the medicine. It has, whereas the high potency oils like 90% THC that comes out of the manufacturing process can cause people legitimate side effects, and that is a concern. So I'd say the most successful markets we've seen around the country are markets that embrace all the different formulations. So you have flower available, you have oils and extracts and topicals and things that enable, because bottom line is sick people need access to options. They need to be able to use what works for them. And just because one patient can use, a 50% THC oil doesn't mean that will work for another patient. So it's really important that each patient is treated as a unique case and has access to all different diverse formulations.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Thank
Yeah.
you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll go ahead and move on. Doris,
Thank you very much.
Halben.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Try maybe 3 or 4 or 5 minutes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to come here and speak to you today, and for being willing to take on the hard work that you have ahead of you. I am a registered nurse with the American Cannabis Nurses Association, but I am not here today representing that organization. I am here today as the Reverend Dolores Halben. I am an ordained Episcopal nurse minister, and I am here today to talk to you about ethics and morality and the decisions that you are about to embark on. You have heard a lot of science today, a lot of testimony about the medicine involved. This is not rocket scientists. This is not a drug. This is a plant, and it's not the devil's weed. It's also a plant that God put on the earth to help us as a gift. Laws are written when we see a need to serve and protect our citizens. Laws are changed when they are obsolete, unfair, prejudicial, out of date, and when we discover new facts to the matter which negate the need to have a law, or when we see that a current law is harmful. You've got a beautiful mural of the Jim Crow laws out here on your wall. I was 2 months old when Rosa Parks refused to give up her seat to a white man and went to jail for it. We have changed a lot in my lifetime, so this is not out of character for us to turn the page and change our laws, not remotely. After March, the letter that we got from the Kansas Senate here, which seems to be struggling more than most states, was that it was a very confusing topic, and so it had been tabled for later. When I find myself confused about something, I ask a very simple question as a reverend. WWJD, what would Jesus do? And I have found supporting evidence to this in both the Torah and the Quran. So let's start with children. Luke 18, verse 16, let the little children come to me and do not hinder them, for to such belongs the kingdom of God. Jesus doesn't say anything about unless they have epilepsy, but Kansas has. Kansas gave Melissa Ragsdale one choice on her then 8-year-old son, Gavin, 2 days before Thanksgiving of 2017. Take him home sedated and put him on hospice. There's nothing more we can do. That night at 10:30 p.m., it was cold and sleeting. And I was getting ready to go to bed, and I looked at my phone. And I saw a picture of Melissa and Gavin on a train. Mom had made a tent of her coat to shield her son from the flashing lights that would only make his state of constant seizing worse. Her post read, they sent my son home to die. I called Brandon and had him pack us a suitcase and bring the boys to Union Station, and I kissed them all goodbye. I bought a ticket to Colorado. I don't know what to do or where to go when I get there. Guys, help me, please. There wasn't going to be any sleep that night for any of us as we activated the Kansas Family Refugee Network in Colorado. That is a real organization. Melissa was instructed to get off the train at the first stop after she passed the Kansas border into Colorado. It would just be a whistle stop, but help would be there. And they were. There was help there, and within 15 minutes of Gavin receiving a cannabis inhaler and some oil on the bottom of his little feet, his eyes quit fluttering. He opened them and he said, "Mom, where are we?" And she said, "We're somewhere safe, son." It took 6 months for Gavin's little brothers, Isaiah 3 and Caleb 6, and Dad to sell the home, quit the job, leave the friends and family, and move to Colorado. The rest of the family can come back here and visit their grandmas and grandpas, but Gavin can't leave the state. Gavin can't cross the border back home. Get off this train as soon as you have crossed out of Kansas. Hinder not my children. When Chris Gordon made the same decision for her daughter, the little redheaded Autumn, Chris had to give up 3 other children to save one. Kansas custody laws demand that parents stay in the same state. Chris had 3 kids from a previous marriage and had to sign away her rights as custodial parents. She had to give them away. She had to give up 3 children to save one. Hinder not my children. Let's turn now to the Beatitudes, because I think the Beatitudes cover just about everything on the planet. Let's start with Matthew chapter 5, verse 7, Beatitude 7. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall see mercy. It was 10 p.m. Friday night, May the 27th of 2019, when the Hess Wilson family was watching a movie in their little home in Eureka, Kansas. They'd celebrated the last day of the boys' school with a pizza buffet. Everyone got to make their own mini pizzas, and Jen was just thinking she should probably get up and clean up the mess when there was a knock at the door. A policeman said they had reports of screams coming from the little 750 square foot house. Homer had answered the door in his pajama pants and t-shirt. The policeman said he needed to make sure everyone was safe, so Homer opened the door of their tiny home so he could see the family eating popcorn and watching TV. At this point, the policeman pushed his way through the door, declaring he saw paraphernalia as evidence of a crime. The police already had the house surrounded in advance before they knocked on the door. The couple had half as much cannabis flower in their home as is now legal for a patient in Missouri. Homer was handcuffed and put in the back of one police car and denied getting dressed. Jen was in her nightgown and she begged to get dressed, but the police said no, and they handcuffed her hands behind her back. The lace top of her nightgown slid down, exposing her nipples through the lace. "Please let me put on a robe," she begged, but she was paraded into the police station in front of several men with her nipples exposed. The couple's sons, 11 and 15, were put in another car and put into foster care. The couple was booked on 7 felony counts, including meth, except there was no meth. But it takes 6 months to get cannabis tested in this state, so the meth charges stayed until the cannabis came back as not cannabis, or as cannabis, and not methamphetamine. I guess there was a little difficulty telling the difference between the two. The couple's bonds were set at $50,000 each. It took 2 weeks for the Human Solutions International Court Support Not-for-Profit to get the couple a lawyer and a bond reduction and get them out of jail. But that's not what happened. When Jen was released after 2 weeks, she was taken into a small room, and she is told that her husband didn't make it. He had a medical condition. His remains had been released to the next of kin that wasn't in jail. It would be a week before Jen found out how Homer died. Jen is 38, Homer was 39. She started her mandatory drug rehab classes as mandatory part of her bond, where she met a couple of Homer's cellies, his cellmates, who told her about Homer's last days. Homer was a big man. He weighed 500 pounds. The jail knew there would not be any clothes for him. So for 2 weeks, he remained in a t-shirt and his pajama pants. Homer had an enlarged heart and congestive heart failure. And for 3 days, he had been telling the guards he couldn't breathe and he needed medical help. In the end, he was laying on the jail cell floor, coughing up bloody sputum, which is a sign of congestive heart failure. But the guards just looked on and called him the beached whale and said he already smelled dead anyway. The only consolation I have to this story is that somehow those same men had to somehow get a 500-pound dead man out of their cell. And I hope that memory haunts them forever. Blessed are the merciful, but there was not one merciful person in Eureka, Kansas, Greene County Jail. Nor were there peacemakers in the crowd when 9 police cars surrounded my son's home, kicking in his door in 2005, doing so much damage to his rental house, the landlord had to file a vandalism claim, throwing my son on the ground and redislocating his hip. He was using cannabis to recover from a severe car accident that left him unable to walk for 3 years, and he refused to take opioids. He knew he was an alcoholic. He was in AA. He knew that if he took opioids, there would be a chance of addiction. But when I picked my son up after 5 days at the Johnson County Jail, he couldn't walk. Terms of his release was drug screens for cannabis in Kansas, so I took him to the doctor who prescribed OxyContin, and my son was an addict with the first pill. We watched him disappear into shadow. We watched him go from running our HVAC business to suddenly we had no money left. We had no equipment left. He'd sold it all for drugs. In the end, he was solicited because he was on crutches by Dirty Dr. Webb, who was busted that year for running an OxyContin lab out of Oak Park Mall. I was one of the lucky moms. I only lost my son for 44 months to prison. Opioid deaths last year, 100,000. These are our young people. We are losing a generation of parents, children. Cannabis deaths ever, 0. Matthew 5, verse 10. Blessed are those who are persecuted for the sake of justice, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Heaven. That's where my husband is. He had glaucoma. Don't know if you're aware, but in 1976, the Supreme Court declared cannabis the best course of treatment for glaucoma. Again, for less than is allowed for Missouri patients now, my husband had a small garden in the corner of our basement. We lived in the country away from everything and everybody so he could grow his medicine and live in peace.
Wrap up. I've given you several.
There was a fight in the family with regards to a custody battle, and in a revenge play, a relative called the drug task force. They took me too, but I didn't have diabetes. I survived the experience. We were arrested on $25,000 bond, kept in jail for a week. I survived. My husband did not. Homer Wilson and Gene Halbin got the death penalty for possession of cannabis.
I think we're going to have to move on. I'm sorry, but
I will wrap this up very quickly. I will tell you all that right now you have a pretty poor grade in the Beatitudes. You have a chance. You have a complete do-over chance here to bring your grade up to an A. You could be heroes. You could make history. You could be the first state in the union to take a plant off the schedule of dangerous drugs of no medicinal value. And then you could do all of us a favor and put fentanyl on that list. Release our law enforcement officers from having to bust patients and let them go after the real black market, which is the fentanyl that is killing our children. So I wish you the best with your jobs. I will pray for you daily. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If we can't keep to our schedule of 3 minutes, I'm going to have to move to the opponents here in a little bit and give them reasonable time. And I don't want to do that, but, we're only going to be here so long today. And, everybody keeps running over, take about 3 minutes and then, you can stand for questions. And everybody after this, they're going to have to be strict on that, or we're not going to get through this day. And so, April Hatch.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you for your time. I will be under 3 minutes. So April Hatch, I've been a registered nurse for 17 years. In those 17 years, I've practiced in the emergency room, helped deliver babies at Overland Park Regional, got my master's degree from the University of Kansas. I've taken care of a lot of people in the state of Kansas. I completed the first medical cannabis certificate program for healthcare professionals in 2020. And currently in Missouri, I provide cannabis education to patients, cannabis education to the cannabis industry, continuing accredited education for nurse practitioners, mental health professionals, and I teach students in the Cannabis Science and Operations program at St. Louis University. I'd love to share how I got here today and why I took this path. But if you want to hear about how cannabis saved my son's life, let me know and I'll be happy to share that. So really what I want to do today is I want to talk about what works and what doesn't work in the state where I come from, and that is in Missouri. So what works? So what I would have liked to see in Missouri is some required continuing education for the physicians writing the recommendations for medical cards. I would also like to see some standards set for people working in dispensaries, the budtenders who are working one-on-one with those, the patients making those decisions. I do absolutely believe patients should have the knowledge and the ability to make their own informed healthcare decisions, and you have the opportunity to ensure that that can happen with the education available either on your website or requiring that education for the industry. So many dispensaries have done a really nice job with their education. What we do is we work with the dispensaries. We make sure their staff understands all the current dosing recommendations. They understand the qualifying conditions. That's important. When someone comes in, they need to know a little bit about why they're coming in. We talk about all the cannabinoids and other plant compounds, including terpenes, which I highly recommend you require testing for that if Kansas decides to move forward with this. Terpenes are a big factor in how the cannabis is going to affect a patient. So that is very important. The other thing that we teach budtenders to do is how to, or when to know when to refer patients back to their doctors. We really want to keep that open line of communication between physicians and patients and let them make those decisions. So I know that there's talk of requiring a pharmacist to be on staff at each license in Missouri. That's currently what is required. However, 3 minutes. However, most of those dispensaries who have pharmacists on their license are referring patients to nurses. So I would highly recommend you consider looking at what the two professional cannabis nursing organizations are doing, because nurses just are really good at patient education, understanding the patient experience, and then also referring patients back to their doctor as well. With dosing in Missouri and all the packaging, it says start with 5 milligrams and start with less than 5 milligrams and titrate as needed. I've heard a lot of questions about dosing inhalation, and I would say that pretty much the standard for beginners is start with 1 to 2 inhalations wait 15 minutes and titrate as needed. Like everyone else has said, it's pretty standard that patients are able to titrate those doses based on the effects that they're looking for. In Missouri, we have access to a variety of products, including the higher concentrated products. I have a lot of patients who don't want to take gummies because of extra food dye and extra sugar, so they prefer the concentrated products like full extract cannabis oil, so they can titrate those. So I would not recommend putting a percentage out there. Just let the plant be the plant. The plant is medicine, and that is ultimately what I always encourage my patients to do, is to consume as close to the plant as possible. So I'd be more than happy to talk about inhalation, smoked flower, and the benefits of that as well. There's other things working in Missouri. There are a few things that are not working in Missouri. What I will say that's really not working in Missouri is, unfortunately, a lot of the Missourians who applied for licenses did not get them. And now there are several multi-state operations coming in and buying those licenses. And it's quickly becoming very little about Missouri-owned businesses. So that's it.
Do we have any questions? Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, next up, Lieutenant Colonel Todd Scantini.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Todd Scatini. I'm a retired lieutenant colonel. I served in the Army for 27 years, so I'm really grateful for 3 minutes to address you all. I'm testifying now for the second time. I took the day off from my job in Missouri to come out in support of medical cannabis. As a veteran and a Missouri medical cannabis patient, I'm here to speak on behalf of veterans who cannot be here because of injuries, anxiety, work, or because they're simply not here anymore because they took their own life. For them, I speak on behalf of veteran families and military families, because the suicide crisis also runs in the active duty area. A good friend of mine and a mentor, Major General Todd Bunting, who was the former Adjutant General of the Kansas National Guard for 11 years, told me that we will be judged as leaders by how we dealt with the opioid crisis and by the suicide crisis. And that's why I'm here. I'm tired of burying my friends. Fellow veterans, like my friend Jonathan here, are also tired of burying our friends. And we're also tired of the medical care that we receive through the VA. So please don't do this for the money. Please do it because it's the right thing to do. And it's what leaders would do. Cannabis is not only medicine, it is likely our oldest medicine. And it is the most therapeutically active plant that the world has ever known. I'm not a native of Kansas, but I feel a very close connection. I served many years here, both at Fort Leavenworth and at Fort Riley, and I feel a very deep connection with the place. It's not lost on me, by the way, that this is the home of Eisenhower, a fellow West Point graduate, John Brown, Amelia Earhart, people whose names are synonymous with leadership, with compassion, with personal courage. And that's what I'm hoping to see out of this legislature this year. It breaks my heart every single time I cross the Blue Bridge going from Platte County into Leavenworth, where I go and see my doctor, recognizing that on my side of the mighty Missouri River, I have access to medical cannabis, and so do other veterans. And I want to make sure that that happens here. Cannabis is a medicine and is ultimately a plant. I'm the grandson of a California cotton farmer. I'm the son of a rancher, and my son is now a K-State Wildcat. He's studying controlled environment agriculture and advanced manufacturing, specifically to enter into the hemp and cannabis industry. I think what Kansas needs perhaps is a change of perspective, and it's very easy. I hope that you're looking at cannabis not as a challenge or an obstacle, but you should look at this as an opportunity, right? One that has never been before us before and will never come again, right? This is a paradigm shift that's taking place in the midst of a cultural shift, taking place in the midst of a revolution in medical affairs. It's like a turducken of opportunities here, and I hope you don't miss out on it. Okay? I've seen firsthand the benefits of medical cannabis, to include myself, treating my own chronic pain and post-traumatic stress. When I left the Army, I was on 12 medications. Today, I'm on 1 prescription medication because cannabis hasn't cured my allergies yet, so I still take some Flonase. But cannabis is working very, very well for me and for others that I've seen. I'm a 90% disabled veteran, and I've dropped 12 prescriptions. I have a friend across the street, also, he's a Marine veteran, 5 years, left the military with post-traumatic stress and injuries, became a prison guard, and was attacked brutally in prison, injured, and also suffers post-traumatic stress from that. He was voted the most likely person to, perhaps commit suicide on our street when I showed up 6 years ago. I got him a medical cannabis card and a license to grow cannabis. And every time I see him, he says, "Sir, you saved my life." And every time I see his wife, she grabs me by the arm and she says, "Sir, you saved my marriage. Thank you." All right. You asked earlier what roles doctors should play. Doctors should educate themselves on this. There are books out there, right? 2 right here, both written by West Point graduates. This one was written at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, by a Medal of Honor recipient and an 1873 graduate. Major General William H. Carter wrote this book at Fort Leavenworth. After receiving the Medal of Honor, he put together a list of all the things you should do to lead in cavalry. He said you should bring certain medicines with you, and I bet you can all guess what the first one was: cannabis indica. And he even notes in here the superiority to opium, which is the other medicine that they would take to them with them on the battlefield. So I asked you to get educated, watch documentaries. If you all have Netflix, check out Weed the People. If you can watch Weed the People, and you can tell me that cannabis isn't medicine and cannabis isn't saving lives, then I don't know if we can be friends. Okay? Kansas, I hope you challenge yourself. Challenge yourself to go further than other states. You should ignite the academic backbone that is on the I-70 corridor. Could you imagine if KU Med were to apply the most advanced medical treatments and medical minds to what is the most complex and therapeutically active plant that the world has ever known? You could be driving this revolution in medical affairs. I encourage you to engage with your VA here in Topeka and at Fort Leavenworth, right? The VA is now doing medical cannabis research by inquiring amongst the veteran population how cannabis is saving their lives. By ignoring the therapeutic benefits of cannabis and the opportunity that it represents would be seen as ignorant, short-sighted, archaic, and above all, cruel. So we're asking for compassion here. I've heard oftentimes that you guys are surrounded by states, and that's really a concern. I hope that you feel supported by states, and I hope that you challenge yourself to go further, and perhaps even in the earliest stages of your medical cannabis program, work with other governors and seek to import products so that your patients could have access quickly. I want you to know, too, that we're here to help. I'm just across the river, and behind me we have tons of experts. People have come in from Colorado. People have come in from around the country to talk to you all today. So I want you to know that we're here to help, and we hope to give you, we hope this is, I also want to give you an invitation, by the way. On November 9th, I'm holding the first in a series of roundtable discussions at Fort Leavenworth, considering the military and cannabis. The first one will be a small group session, and it will inform the decisions that are made from there forth. So finally, I want to leave you with, you cannot be against medical cannabis and still say that you are in support of military veterans or their families. All right? This is a family veteran issue because when PTSD and addiction is in a house, it affects the entire family. So I ask for you for compassion. I would also like to introduce Jonathan, if you would like to say a few words, a fellow veteran.
I just have a couple sentences to say. I won't take up too much of your time. Thank you for allowing me to stand here and speak today. I was here a year ago speaking in testimony for legalization of cannabis. I am a veteran who faces addiction. I was an active addict for a lot of my life. Because of cannabis, I've now been clean for over 13 years. And I'm an amputee, and I go through daily battles of nerve damage, pain, and all sorts of issues, and cannabis saved my life. And that's all I wanted to say to you guys. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Questions? Representative Barker.
Would the colonel come back? Yes. I appreciate your testimony. I think you did an excellent job. But really, I mean, you can't get treated at the VA with cannabis.
No, sir.
Is there any, and yeah, at some point in time, the federal government may reduce it down to a Schedule III drug where you could get that. But is there any VA that's doing any research?
Actually, yes, sir. In the VA in Portland, Oregon, this was at the behest of the Secretary of the VA. The VA of Portland, Oregon has a relationship now with the Oregon Science and Health University, and they are basically educating VA doctors because currently they are completely unaware of the endocannabinoid system or, methods of consumption and things of that nature. So now they are moving forward with at least asking veterans who are consuming cannabis how much they're using, when they use it, how much it costs, what the impacts are, and things of that nature. So they are moving ahead, but slower than needed. You know, I've been arguing for a long time, sir, that the VA and the Department of Defense are the ideal organization to actually be on the forward leading edge of medical cannabis research. We have 150 VA hospitals across the country in all states and territories. We also have 1,200 clinics that cover the rural communities, and all of those VAs have relationships with local universities, right? They are serving the largest patient population in the country. 9 million patients get their assistance from the VA, and that patient population is widely desiring to have access to medical cannabis based on reports from the American Legion and other veteran service organizations. So they're actually poised to be the hero in this story. And as we all know, the VA could use a win.
And when I talked about VA doctors, but in any state that has medical marijuana, are the VA doctors allowed to make a referral to that
No,
state to get?
No, sir. No, sir.
I
They're
think
not.
they're barred by regulation.
They are not. Yeah. So I think we should change that. Maybe you can help me.
Thank you, sir.
I
Thank
think
you,
you're
Mr.
in the
Chair.
wrong building.
Sorry.
You're probably in the wrong building.
Maybe. But at West Point, they
DC
don't teach us about the easy fights at West Point. So, I know this is a tough one, but I think we're ready for it.
Okay, further questions?
Thank you.
Not seeing any. Thank you. Kelly Ripple.
Good afternoon, Chairman Olson and Barker and committee members. It's good to see you all. Thank you again for your deliberate intention and all the work that you're doing on this important topic. I've spoken on this topic in the past, but I just want to go over a little bit of background. So I am co-founder of Kansans for Hemp. I'm the founding president of Planted Association of Kansas, and we work to support the regenerative agriculture and sectors in the state. And I'm also advisor to the Kansas Cannabis Coalition. I was in a previous career contracting with KDHE, and I was trained by the Centers for Disease and Control and Prevention in data science and risk communication, among other topics. And since its inception, since you all passed it, I've been serving as an appointed member of the Industrial Hemp Advisory Board under the Department of Agriculture. There are a lot of lessons to be learned from industrial hemp that I'm not going to bring up, but I would welcome any questions or further discussion afterwards about that. I also would like to point out that there's a lot going on from the state level as far as what we need to do moving forward from an industrial hemp program moving into commercial. And there was a bill that was introduced last session, 2708, and that would have established some testing protocols. And I would like for everyone to maybe go back and look at that, because there are a lot of solutions that are offered that I think that could help in remediate or prevent some of the issues that have been brought up today. I also want to just say that I've been involved with the organizations that have introduced legislation for the past 7 or 8 years regarding medical cannabis. And a lot of those were turned down because of the amount of detail that we had included. And so that legislation, the bill language, are all ready to go. We're more than happy to supply what we can in a lot of the regards, topics that deal with, licensing to taxation. And I also wanted to just share this book right here, How to Regulate Cannabis, a Practical Guide. This is the most updated and comprehensive book about policy regarding cannabis in the world. This came from the UK. They have data from all legal states and countries. So if there are any particular issues that I can supply information for, I'm more than happy to. Over the past several months, I have been in direct communication with the state treasurer's office. And I will just say that they are very supportive of addressing the need for expansion of not only hemp farming and processing, but for removing regulatory and financial service barriers facing all components of that supply chain. They recognize that this may be a first step in moving forward from the unreasonable prosecution of people seeking treatment with medical cannabis, and how these laws have been weaponized over time to target our most vulnerable and marginalized Kansans. I really just have two things that I want to mention. You all can look in my written testimony, and I'm more than happy to share the electronic version because there are cited sources in it. But one of the things that I've not heard anyone share up to this point is sustainability. And if we're talking about a program that has to be sustainable in order for it to continue, and Kansas has issues like water scarcity, and yet we have opportunities like Todd had just mentioned with regards to renewable energy like solar, I think we need to really focus and put some parameters in regarding sustainability. And like I said, I've provided those sources here. Happy to answer any questions on that more. And I know that other experts here can do the same.
Thank you. Next up.
I had a couple other recommendations, but I'll go ahead and stand for questions.
Expired,
thank you.
You're allowed 5 minutes. Next up is a Casey McClure. Casey? Casey McClure.
Casey had to leave.
Oh. Well, she had to leave? Okay. Yeah, because we are running way over. Juanita Ramos. Good morning. Or good afternoon. I'm sorry, I'm still on the morning docket. That's the reason I'm thinking.
It's all good, Mr. Chairman.
Go right ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Thank you to the committee and for everyone that's here this afternoon and that's been going through this journey of legalization. All of you have a copy of my testimony as well as everyone out here in the audience. And what I just really want to briefly touch on real quick is that in the 4 years that I've been working along with the state on the industrial hemp and now the medical cannabis, I've met with several of you individually, and the thing that I've consistently heard is that if we can get something to look like medicine that you all can be proud of, you would all be behind it. So after some discussions, I went out and I was the squirrel that went out and sourced all of the products, the latest technologies that I could possibly bring back to my new state. And also to just show all of you that there is a medical delivery of products that are available out here that are certainly available to come to Kansas. One of the things that we have discussed is a clinical trial around research and development. And you heard from Dr. Sue and also Wendy about really trial of products and also to develop the best of the best. Right now, I heard Senator Moran the other day, he told me, he said, Juanita, Kansas doesn't have a brand right now. And we've sustained some jokes. And I said, sir, what if we were to take this program and create a model that really identifies Kansas as the R&D state to develop the latest in technology of cannabis medicines, those deliveries that we can be known for, that we can be proud of. So again, I went out and I started meeting with various researchers across the US and around the world. And and there are some things that we have access to now here in Kansas. One is utilization of a tissue culture, a research and development program that currently is happening with DEA, Representative Smith. And my husband is actually a member of the Blues, so you can imagine what our household is like. Um, and the reason why the tissue culture is because, as I understand, that if we create tissue culture, then that gives us the opportunity to continue to have a sustainable and continued quality medicine that we would be proud to be able to create, to establish the first pharmaceutical recognized drug. The plant from the tissue culture would be developed so that we could use the entire plant. And out of that plant, because of the roots, we could certainly take advantage of other molecules that come from that plant and the way that it is grown. So it is full technology. The other thing that I was in a meeting with one of the senators, and he discussed disposal, that the concern was, how do we dispose of some of the spent material? Well, we have a technology that can actually take that disposed material and that it would burn it up, and we can either create an air filter, a water filter, or other filters, or it can actually be used as cattle feed. That's one thing. The other thing I've heard today is about chain of custody. There's a lot of discussion around chain of custody. And of course, being a member and listening every day about the concerns that law enforcement has, I'm very concerned about that as well. So we now have an opportunity to take advantage of a Department of Defense security application or a track and trace software that I've been in touch with the Hilton Global Gateway Group that has developed this. What they've said is it is a anti-counterfeit technology that is being used right now for material prevention that includes a collaboration to reduce counterfeit, authentic, and conforming applications, which therefore would also address in the black market. Should law enforcement have to make a stop, they could scan it on their phones and they would see where it comes from. So the technology is available now. The Gateway Group has said that they would love to speak with you specifically about this and how they could come in and assist us to reduce the concern about the black market material that's on the street now that's being laced and sprayed with fentanyl that are taking so many lives. So again, I don't want to take up the time because you do have my testimonies. I just wanted to say that there are a lot of people here that have some great ideas, and I really applaud all of their efforts. I applaud all of you for being here and just listening, because we don't know what we don't know. And part of our job as citizens is to come and share with each one of you what it is that we have that we can share. So thank you so much for the opportunity this afternoon and the time.
Thank you. If you remain in the room, we're going to take questions after the
Thank you,
conclusion
Chairman.
of the other conferees. Next up is Brett Harris, Kana Crop. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You have 5 minutes.
5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee, Chairman Olson Barker. Thank you again for taking your time today. It means a lot to us to have you guys hear the people currently in the industry. I'm one of those guys currently on the front line. I'm one of those guys who owns 3 dispensaries in the city of Wichita. My name is Brett Harris from Wichita, Kansas, business owner, dad raising a couple of teenagers. I'm the kid of a police officer. My father was in the Seattle Police Force for 22 years. And I can remember a lot of great things about that. And I think that's one of the things he said is be a voice for something. Before we talk about my thriving CBD Delta 8 dispensaries I own, a little bit of a background. Somebody once said to me, if you can communicate, you can educate. If you have been in the Wichita media, TV, and radio biz for a while, you might recognize me. 25 years on the air. In 1989, my boss and I purchased 2 radio stations from Senator Nancy Kassebaum. I hired the staff, Brett and Tracy Morning Show on B98, remarkable run for 26 years, 15 years on KWCH. Being a voice for something. From broadcast, I'm now in year 5 of being a commercial real estate broker. Today, I'm the national real estate site finder for the 550 CBD store chain, Your CBD Store. Check them out online right now. GetSunmed.com. GetSunmed.com. They're bougie and they're beautiful. For 4 years now, new franchisees have asked me to locate and negotiate prime retail spaces for their CBD stores. 36 months, 62 leases in 41 states. Talking to landlords who don't know cannabis. It's tough. And now I'm doing it in Kansas. My 3 stores are now called Kana Bliss, upper end, CBD stores, premium centers. My sales associates stick to the script and already are on the front lines daily, hearing how much pain Kansans are in. As a multi-store owner, I couldn't grasp why my franchisee chain was stocking all of our stores nationwide from Oregon hemp. Yep, Oregon. So my mission now, the last 2 years, to locate the absolute premier hemp farms in the state of Kansas who could possibly stock my stores with Kansas grown. Let me introduce you to the 4 Kansas farms right now that are my partners, and they're up and running with me. Farm number 1 is Green Acres in Scott City, Kansas. I used to think the best thing born in Scott City was my former shocker, Ron Baker. No more. Not anymore. Green Acres is a 5th generation farm, thriving today. And for the first time in decades, this farm, thanks to Delta 8 sales, is able to keep the lights on. Farm number 2 is Prairie Hills from Little River, Kansas, in my store. A Kansas veteran, 3 stores stocked. Number 3, Butler Hemp from Sedgwick County. I know Heath is here. He's fantastic, one of the best processing facility. And then number 4 makes me most excited. Arrived in my store last week, and it's a farm that excites me most down in Wichita because it's attached to a pretty special name to me. For 25 years, I've known Sheldon and Kathleen Coleman, great friends. When you have the family asking if you'll carry their products and they're the Coleman Company, that's a big thing, and I'm proud of that. I'm here to report I now have an expanding customer base that loves the Kansas farmer. Let's think about that when we start thinking about MSOs. The takeaway about our current farmer partnership is real simple. Our state already has retail stores. Our state has farms and hemp processors that are compliant, transparent, and employing Kansans. And communicating and educating how this Kansas grown product just might make things better is really going to be my jam. Today, I ask you to take a look at cannabis legalizations from the eyes of a farmer, a cop's kid, and a small business owner that today is very concerned that I'm going to get squashed by a multiple state operator in Wichita, Kansas. Thank you for your time, committee. Please find me today. Let's talk about what my customers are coming to the front table. Like yesterday, a young lady came up in tears with fibromyalgia. Couldn't function. She had to have that. That's what's going right now on the front line of patients not able to get the real medicine. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Representative Epley.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. I appreciate what you're trying to get at, and trying to be arbitrary. How much do you have a percentage, or give me what amount would you say local investment should, local meaning in the state as defined by geography, should be local versus by a multi-state organization or outside of the state? Do you have what's your level?
Well, my
100% or
would probably be 100%, but I won't go there. I have some national competitors in my market right now, but I think a 70-30 is something that's been thrown around. My difference is really once they visit that national chain that's up against me in Wichita, they find out those hemp products are from Colorado, Oregon, and Kentucky. When they can come in and right now help the Kansas hemp farmer, that's really going to be our jam.
One more quick question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So what is it in other states? What is it, 70-30 in other states that are successful with local investment? Is it 80-20, 90-10? Help us out here.
I've heard of a 70-30 cut in other states. I'm not sure what that is, but you can understand my concern. I mean, I'm going to have a competitor flopping into my neighborhoods and my strip centers with billions of dollars as a retail owner. I want to make sure I get a jump on that group, right? Because I employ 8 beautiful employees that I hope don't go away a year from now when I'm here. Thank you.
Further questions? That's it. We'll go ahead and move on. Randy Shepard, you got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity for your sacrifice and commitment to this end. I'm going to be quick. I'm just going to ask you to do something very unusual that I think no one else has asked, and that is to seriously consider adding something to the bill that I think could make a profound impact to the benefit of not only the owners, those that will own the businesses, but also to the state of Kansas and its sustainability for revenue ongoingly. my name is Dr. Randy Shepard. I've been a fractional CFO for cannabis and non-cannabis business for over 20 years, in the cannabis industry for 4 years, when Oklahoma opened it up in August of 2018. And as Representative Barker said, it is the Wild West. And I have become that non-equity partner for many growers, processors, and dispensary owners. The challenge for me is that virtually no one understands the laws, the tax implications, the financial ramifications. I've seen people go bankrupt and out of business. It's a simple solution to make cannabis businesses thrive and survive, at least from my perspective. And I think one thing that could be added to the bill would be that we entertain the idea, or I want to encourage you to entertain the idea. You already have it in the bill that you're going to provide training to the employees of dispensaries. But I think, we all can agree that no one rises above the level of leadership. And if anybody ought to be trained, it ought to be these owners, because that's exactly what I'm doing. Having to go in and after the fact and saying, you can't do this, you can't have your business like this. Even though we have stipulations, you have to be so many feet from a church or a school. They might have a vape shop, and in the back they have a cannabis dispensary. That is actually, according to case law with the Internal Revenue Service, is illegal. You cannot do that. Well, what they do is disallow everything for the vape shop in terms of deductions. And so a lot of people don't know this. They're not, most of them are not submitting to the BSA, the Bank Secrecy Act, and FinCEN, which can accrue civil and criminal penalties. Most of them don't even do that because they don't even know about it. They get into workarounds. I had to share with an Oklahoma City attorney that you can't do what you're recommending with your clients because under case law with the IRS, those are all illegalities. You can't do those types of things. So my recommendation to this committee is to seriously consider, and think about while you've recommended training to the employees, I would ask that you would consider training the owners, those that are going to look for licensure, that pre-licensure. There would be a requirement of training to understand, and I'll just say this real quickly, what are the tax implications? How do I stay compliant with the state and federal government? What are the popular workarounds that everybody's using from California to Maine that are actually illegal? And how to report to the BSA and FinCEN, the Financial Crimes Network, and how to really thrive and survive in the cannabis industry so that we can sustain great businesses and revenue for the great state of Kansas. That's really all I need to say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard.
Any questions?
Okay. Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Okay, we'll move on to Arlene B. Quest. You have 5 minutes.
I'll probably use less than 5 minutes and then cede my time to the rest of the folks here. Eileen Berquist, ACLU of Kansas. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here today and thank the committee and the vice chair and chair for your commitment to learning from other states and to hearing from diverse voices here today. I also want to thank leadership for including equity and tiered licensure in your proposed research topics. Some of that I will be speaking about today. The ACLU's recommendations promote full participation in the regulated medical marijuana industry by communities that have been disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition and enforcement. Data from across the country and in our own state show that people of color are disproportionately represented as defendants in our criminal legal system. In our state's largest city, Wichita, Black residents make up just 10% of the population, but are 45% of the marijuana prosecutions, despite no evidence showing higher use of marijuana compared to other whites or racial groups. Our hope is that the committee will make every attempt to preempt discrimination and promote equitable engagement in a new medical marijuana business and patient program. With that in mind, we highlight 3 issue areas in our testimony, including prioritizing access for small business owners, prioritizing access for patients, and reinvesting in communities. Under prioritizing access for small business owners, we talk about a tier structure. Much of the debate that we've heard is about how much we should charge and what that structure should look like. Looking at a tiered structure, you would have fees based on the size of the business. There are a number of states that are implementing that right now, and it would allow Kansans from diverse backgrounds to participate in the industry. We're also hoping that there will be a removal of limitations and prohibitions for folks who have felony records, specifically for people who have spouses with felony records. There is language right now in both bills, I believe, that limits what someone can do based on their spouse's criminal record, and to our thinking that serves no purpose other than to punish an entire family for one person's past. Regarding local policy, it was touched on in a couple of people's testimony, but there is still a lot of bias around marijuana and marijuana use. So even though this is going to be a program across the state, there may still be some issues with getting zoning and permitting and those sorts of things. So potentially having language in there that preempts bias based on the type of business, saying that there cannot be additional hurdles. We hope that there will be provisions that prioritize access for all patients, including those on probation or parole and those living in public housing. Many people undergoing supervision have to take mandatory drug tests, and we ask that language be included stating that probation and parole cannot be revoked if an individual is in possession of a valid medical marijuana card and tests positive for marijuana. On the flip side, it should be clear in the bill that being on probation or parole cannot be used as a reason for denying a person access to the same medicine as any other patient. There are also some concerns, and to our knowledge, this has not been cleared up in any other state because this is a federal issue, but when it comes to employment, there is a federal concern. So for employees with medical marijuana cards, if possible, putting something in there that says that there cannot be additional discrimination unless explicitly required by federal law. So we understand there are certain licenses, operation of heavy machinery, things where it might be dangerous for someone to be impaired. We're hoping that there can be some language worked in around that, and we've included some examples to get the conversation started at the end of our testimony. And finally, patients in public housing. Again, because of the federal issue, there is concern here. Federally subsidized housing. In California, the federal court kicked it back to the plaintiff and said that they needed to exhaust their administrative options, i.e. they need to petition the DEA to reschedule. In Pennsylvania, a state court decided in favor of the person who was discriminated against for their use of medical marijuana in public housing. So there's nothing settled here yet. We think there should be something in the law saying that unless explicitly stated in federal law, we should do the best we can to make sure that people who require federally subsidized housing can get access to the same medicine as everyone else. And finally, we ask that a reinvestment fund be created from a sales tax on marijuana products administered in a manner similar to the Kansas Fights Addiction Act Grant Review Board. The fund should be used for community education and reinvestment, including jobs, training, education, and support for at-risk populations. You're looking at me like I hit my 5 minutes. I thought I was talking fast. Am I done? All right. Well, we have proposed language to get the conversation started, and we're also happy to connect you with any of the national sources on any of these issues because we've done a lot of research and we know you're open to having conversations.
Do we have any questions? Are we not seeing? Thank you.
Thank you.
Shane Roeder.
Hey, I was told 5 to 10 minutes, so I wrap this up. I'm going to rapid fire for you here. I'm going to try to make it happen. I got some testimony from actual patients. Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the committee, I thank you for allowing me to speak with you. I am pleased that our state has finally taken some serious look at this legislature. I completely support its passing. However, I have a few concerns of where this bill stands currently. I believe it is a very big mistake to not allow smokable products. as this is the quickest form of use for cannabis to effectively treat many ailments. Patients who want to try cannabis instead of other pharmaceuticals should not have to wait upwards of 30 minutes to an hour to feel the effects of the plant. Many patients will completely overlook cannabis if it is only passed in legislature in edible form only, as many people suffer from malabsorption and GI-related issues that do not allow their digestive system to process and experience the benefits of the plant. On this very topic, I myself am a CBD business owner, have had multiple customers tell me that if this bill passes the way it currently stands, that they will be upset as edibles just don't work for them, even tinctures. A few customers have confessed that they have tried THC tinctures in recreational states that just don't seem to work the way they'd hoped they would have. As they stated, even the pain that made them choose to try the tinctures did not subside. Inhalation of cannabis works far better for many reasons. You can better accurately dose yourself, also as inhalation effects can be felt almost immediately. Inhalation is needed in many circumstances, such as children that suffer from seizures and folks like a man I used to have as a customer but lost after the Shawnee County Sheriff's Office started raiding other stores for their products that contained federally legal amounts of THC that were smokable. I had just opened my business. I was not at all aware of what I could sell and what I could not. For 3 years, I watched vape stores and other stores all over this area in Topeka, Kansas, sell these THC vapes that weren't hemp-derived or lab-tested. It made me feel like someone needs to step up and offer quality products for Kansas, because they are going to get these products regardless of them being tested, as they are restless on the inaction from our state. I wanted to be accurate and play by all the rules, so I went around calling to see what I could carry in the store. I finally got directed to the Department of Agriculture. They told me as long as my products adhered to the Federal Farm Bill 2018's guidelines, I could sell them. I wasn't told smokables are not allowed. So as I had planned before, I stocked my store with lab-tested high-quality hemp products, so some of which were the Delta 8 vape cartridges. The man I'm referring to as the customer I no longer have came in one day after just having left the VA here in Topeka to see if anything in my store could possibly help him. This great man has lived in Kansas his whole life. He served his country in the Vietnam War and now has cancer. He has a cancer that has taken hold of his GI system, and pharmaceuticals just don't work for him anymore. This was what he stated to me the first time he walked in. He told me, "Shane, I haven't smoked pot since Vietnam. I've never been a pot smoker, but now all the meds I take just don't help me the way the doctors say they should. Even the meds to help me feel hungry so I can eat." His GI system was pushing the meds through his system too fast to absorb the medications. He told me he had saw the article about my new business and that we only sell lab-tested product. He said to me, "I thought since I was in town, I'd come by and try out some things from your store. I literally just want to feel better. I've been told I only have so much time left on this earth, and I don't want my last days to be nothing but pain and agony. I've had enough of that in my life." I tried to push him towards CBD and gummies, but he knew what he wanted. He said, "I've tried CBD and gummies from other stores. I came here to finally try a THC vape." He insisted that he just wanted the pain to stop and was willing to give anything a shot. He bought a few and called back later after he had made it home and was able to try the product out. Over the phone, he said to me, "I can't believe how great I feel. I just wanted to call you and thank you. I haven't felt this good in a long time." He would ever so often come in when he would go to the VA and stop in afterward for more vape cartridges, every time thanking me for being in business and finding quality product that worked for him. Then the sheriff's department raided many other businesses around the area. I learned of this watching one of our local media stations reporting it and immediately removed all the Delta 8 vapes from the store as I wanted to stay compliant and had no idea why this was happening. Maybe 2 days later, the man came back for more vapes. I told him, "I'm so sorry, but the laws have changed. I can no longer carry those products." He sat down in a chair next to my register and put his face in his hand, saying a word. He was defeated. He spoke up saying, "Just when I was feeling better, they pulled this on me." I did not know how to handle this man's pain. At this point, there was nothing else in the store that was going to help him. He said to me, "Please let me know if anything changes. I really need to get through my days." I didn't include this man's name as I haven't been able to get a hold of him. He has, since his wife gotten a hold of me. He wants to remain anonymous. He lives in Emporia, Kansas. If you need further information on him, he's willing to do that, but doesn't want it to be public. Another man who is wheelchair bound, Merrill Rayburn, comes to my store and to buy edibles. He is someone who has been on oxycodone for years. He is ready to start transitioning to another option that's not a pharmaceutical. So he doesn't have to feel so dependent on synthetic drugs. He does not like the idea of having to wait so long after eating a THC edible for his pain to subside. He confessed to me that he used to smoke and it helped his pain just as good as the pain meds did, but no longer wanted to buy cannabis illegally as he couldn't risk losing his pain medication. I have so many other customers that may be younger and in different scenarios that are opioid dependent that would tell me they would try using cannabis to help themselves to come off of opioids if it was legal. These customers are a perfect example. If done right, you folks could drastically curtail the opioid epidemic that plagues our state so badly. The fentanyl issue that we currently have could be resolved by a plant that grows naturally on Earth. These folks have been on this topic for far too long. I have people from all walks of life coming to the store, conservative, liberal, independent, all of which are the same opinion of legalization of this plant.
Shut his mic off.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You're not respectful of the other conferees, sir.
I think you guys let other folks come in here and speak for
Thank you.
30 minutes. Those are real stories, folks.
Jim Ricketts. Okay. Not saying.
I appreciate your time, folks.
John Hensley.
Wendy.
Oh, did I skip Wendy Turner? Wendy, I'm sorry.
Hello, everyone. My name is Wendy Turner, and you've heard 1,000 different stories today. Mine's no different. My son has Crohn's disease. We took him from Illinois to Colorado to access cannabis, and in 2013, and for the last 8 years, he's been using cannabis alone for his Crohn's disease, and he's in complete clinical remission, and has been for all this time. We created the standard of dosing for Crohn's patients across the United States and across the world. So if you have any dosing questions, I'm more than welcome to answer any questions about that. I'm here to tell you that I support the bill. I support both 158 and 560. I always want to say 560, so it's been weird for me with that number. I don't know why. But we do support across the United States many bills and legislation for medical cannabis. And I would love to just sit with all of you individually and talk to you about our journey and the things that we've gone through with caregivers, with dispensaries, and with home grows. So I will end my conversation today, and if you will allow me, as not a constituent of the state of Kansas, to call you and have a meeting one-on-one, I would absolutely love to do that. I live 5 hours away, and that's not a problem. I will come anytime, and on any day that you need me. So if you have any questions about dosing, please let me know.
Are there any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Thank you
Sorry
all
about
for your
that,
time.
Wendy.
Oh, no, it's okay. It's happened before. Most of the time I get up here and cry. So I'm all right with that. Thanks.
Okay. Jim Ricketts. Is that right? Okay, there we go. Adam.
I want to thank you for letting me come today and speak. I was here on St. Patrick's Day for the green. I'm here again today for the green. Could I pass these pictures out so you could see why I'm here? Okay. Thanks, Jordan. Well, I'll make mine short because you guys are way behind because people from other states talk 45 minutes. But one of my biggest things is the packaging of the way this stuff should be packaged for little kids. Over the years, I've seen so many people selling pot, pull a tray out from underneath of a couch with a gun laying there, little kids crawling on the floor. This needs to stop in Kansas. It's happened all over Kansas. Something needs to be done. I don't think it's going to happen. I've been told that the president of the Senate ain't going to pass this stuff. I'm in the process of looking into moving to Missouri. I've lived here 72 years. I am a disabled person. I've worked every day of my life. I still work every day. Yeah, I know there's a lot involved with this, with the alcohol and beverage control, the fire marshal, the cops. There's a lot involved, but I don't think this is going to pass in Kansas. It needs to. There's nothing that I can take for me You say you can't smoke it. That's what I do. I smoke it. That's the fastest relief I get. I had a spinal cord injury. You can look at my pictures and see what I go through and see what I have to sleep in at night. That's not fun. If that gives me relaxation and you want to put me in jail for it, go for it. I have no problem going to jail. I'll pass this on to the next people so they'll be able to speak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jim. John Hensley.
Good afternoon, evening, or whatever we're going to be. I testified before, and I will keep it very brief. My name is John Hennessy. I'm from Wichita, Kansas, lifelong citizen of Kansas. I started in the cannabis business in California a few years ago. I've been in it over a decade. I then went into Colorado briefly, and then I ended up going to and launched Oklahoma, the evil state that's done everything wrong. And they haven't done everything wrong. They gave the opportunity to everyone to get licensed. They made some big mistakes, and they've corrected those mistakes. And I'm still in operations there. I've done processing. I've done grow to the magnitude of 11,000 plants in a triple stack facility. I've also done many dispensaries. Most of the answers that were given today to the questions you had, I disagree with. I believe that we have an opportunity as Kansans to set ourselves aside and be different than what everyone else has been. And so far, we haven't been. What we have to realize is that the dance has already started. We're very late to the dance, almost too late. I'm asking a question, why are you here? And why are these people here? Well, why am I here? And why are we subjected to a problem where the bill in the House was what I think was a very effective bill, was detained, couldn't move forward. And I think there was opposition based on certain principles and the way it should be done. Right now, Oklahoma, on March the 6th or 7th, whenever it is going to vote on recreational, okay? That puts recreational to the south of us. Missouri will probably pass it. And I differ with the comments that have been made about Missouri because their prices are so high and ridiculous that the dispensaries are struggling to even make it. The reason for that is because the entry level was too high. The cost of products are too high. A distillate liter will go from $10,000 to $30,000. In Oklahoma, it's $800, $1,500. It should go back up to $2,500, the free market. This is an empty vape pen. I brought it so everyone could see what they look like because a lot of people don't understand it. This vape pen is selling for $10 in Oklahoma, $15 maybe at the most. In Missouri, $35. Some of the other states surrounding us up to $50. I guess what I'm trying to tell you is that Oklahoma made a lot of mistakes. I survived, and there's a lot of positive things that came out of that. And you can learn from that, unquestionably. We're here looking at this bill, I think, because either we're concerned about the surrounding states that we're going to be confronted with. You can't police Kansas City. If it goes recreation in Kansas City, how are you going to police it? How are you going to enforce it? It's impossible on state line. There's no way to do it. Oklahoma, you could do it. We're either here for that reason or you're here to generate funds for the state, which I don't think any of those matter. I think what you're here for is to serve your constituents in two ways. You want to give them the opportunity to participate in the largest thing that's ever hit Kansas. I brought this up to both of the chairmen before, telling that this is something that we have never thought about. The chambers here has been represented, the unions here, and they realized that this will be a big, big bust for the state of Kansas. I saw it in Oklahoma, traveling back and forth to Oklahoma almost on a daily basis. What I saw was that there was people, vendors, air conditioning people, electricians, everyone coming from Kansas to go to Oklahoma. You guys are missing the impact on that. It's going to be huge. It'll be big. It'll be big only if there's two ways. I tell you what I'd like to do. I'd like to have exclusivity right now, if I could ask for that. I want to be the only dispensary. I want to be the only grow in the state of Kansas. Why not? Because what happens with MSOs, they come in, they're looking for two things they try to control. One is they control how many licenses will be submitted. That's one way they control it. The second way they control it is by fees. They'll jack that fee up so high that no one can participate. Now, I've watched Missouri and I've watched Arkansas, close to us, all the corruption that went on in there. The people that got the licenses we tried. I was with two guys. We tried to get licensed. We're on page 26. Okay. So what was the deciding factor? So I think you guys are not looking at a lottery, but you are looking at fees. And I'm here just to explain to you that that's going to make or break a lot of people in Kansas. The people in Western Kansas, and I know they have representation, they won't be able to participate. They can't afford the fees you got set on this. What can they do? They can't compete with someone large. And funny thing about the MSOs, they take the money out of here. The money doesn't stay here. The money goes. An example is the lottery. I mean, the casinos. The one by me in Wichita has changed hands several times. Every time there's a profit done. Okay? You think that money stays in Kansas? It doesn't. If you have the fees so jacked up, so high, people will not be able to grow dispensaries or even do processing. That's about it. I've got to say, I've testified before you guys before, and I know this is a difficult position you guys in. You've dedicated hundreds of hours to listen to everyone, and everything you've heard today, you've heard before. I really don't think you guys are that ignorant. I don't think you need to have something repeated to you time and time again. I know you've got a handle on this. I think it's down to the details now.
You know, this is not our first meeting on the special committee. And one of the things that come out of last week was over 50 issues that need fixed in the two bills that we had. The problem with some of the other states like Missouri and Oklahoma, them were initiatives that were wrote by people that got it placed on the ballot. If I put that legislation on the floor with over 50 problems, I'll get my head chopped off. I'll be on that floor for days trying to answer questions, and they'll tear the bill apart, and it'll never pass. It'll take it 5 or 10 years. You've got to get the details right in the legislature to pass a piece of legislation like this. This isn't like putting it on the ballot and everybody gets to go vote for it. And if I do that, it'll move what we've tried to do here back. I think, the last meeting, we've got a lot of the problems somewhat figured out. Today was about seeing if there's some more things and answering some of the questions that we heard from the last meeting, John. And, I think everybody appears trying to do the right thing. I think we're trying to move forward on this. We're also learning. This isn't our field of expertise. But, I know Kansans, want this for pain relief. I've surveyed. I know many of the people on this committee probably have. But I think it's a different process than Oklahoma and Missouri, and that's what people are not looking at. And, to get a bill across, this chairman here done a heck of a job last year getting one through the House and over to the Senate. Another bill we did last year was sports wagering. That was pretty successful, and it got 63 and 21 votes. And, the people out there love it. But you got to get it right to get 63 and 21. And if we'd have put that on the floor last year in a conference committee report, it would have been slaughtered and would have set you back. Because there's a lot of problems from the packaging to the dosing to many things we still got to figure out.
No, I understand that. But that's what I'm saying is the biggest objection that I have was about the licensing fees. At $100,000 for a licensing fee is just extraordinary, impossible to do. And you're only going to have, there's a person in Wichita that he's very successful, And he is pushing this hard. And you all know who he is. And he and I have had quite a few debates about it. And basically, I said, well, it looks like it's going to be you, me, and maybe two other people because we don't have the population base. We don't have the concentration of the population base. Oklahoma has 1.2 million people from Norman all the way up, to Edmond. We don't have that. You got 800,000 people in Tulsa, but you have Wichita and you've got Overland Park. The rest of it's spread out. So how are you going to be able to service these people and limit because of the entry fee with these people? You need people. That's a good thing Oklahoma did. The biggest mistake they made is when they issued the licenses, they were issued in 14 days. The fee was $2,500. I'm the one that brought the compliance document in and said, you have to do compliance. You have to get with local businesses and get with those corrected. And I think that's important. But I don't think controlling what you consider to be controlling marijuana distribution is done through fees. I don't agree with that.
Well, I think what this committee is about, part of, is seeing what happened in Oklahoma, see what Missouri, see what Michigan and other states are doing, and where we've got problems, they've dealt with them already. So we don't, we can fix the pieces of the legislation. But.
Mr. Chairman, their problems are different from our problems. I mean, most of that was fixed. I mean, come on, let's be honest and call it the way it is. These are people who you know and what you know. It's politics. The other thing, they made a mistake in Oklahoma. They got someone in there as a director that didn't know anything about anything. And then the second one got in trouble. Now they're on the third, and it's doing pretty good. It's really doing well. I had one of my processing facility just got inspected 3 times in 60 days. What about? I passed every one of them 100%. It's because they're on the ground, they've hired people, and they've got enough. The problem is enforcement. You have to be prepared for enforcement. That's something you have to do with your agencies. You've got to have the ability to get boots on the ground and figure this out. Look at Missouri, for example. People that are operating in Missouri, the prices are outrageous. And you know what that does? You guys don't want black market. That's why I brought up the fact that you need to have your grows in place first. You got to have supply, and that 3 or 4 months isn't going to get it. It takes 4 months to run your cycle in growing. So you need to be about 6 months at least. I think that's me. I think if you want to eliminate black market, you'll never eliminate it completely, but price will drive it. If they're too high in the dispensaries and you've got too much of an initiation fee when you go in, you will drive black market. I'm sorry. I appreciate your time very much.
Questions? Representative Barker?
And I believe you're correct, because a couple of years ago when I had the state of Maryland come in, one of my questions was, well, what does it cost for a month's supply for the average guy?
That's right.
And it was $1,800.
Mm-hmm.
And, I always kind of think about the guy that works on the interstate laying concrete. Well, he couldn't afford that. The only people that could afford $1,800 a month is the guys that work in Washington, D.C. So I agree with you. The cost is the important.
Well, the cost is passed on, Chairman. It's passed on to the consumer. You brought that up to me. I've heard you say it before. It's the consumer that's going to pay, period. But thank you. I'm last, and I appreciate the time. You guys, I know you've worked hard on this bill, and I know that it won't be perfect. Yes, sir.
Representative Empley, go ahead.
Just an easy question. This is a softball. How many states have lottery systems for their licenses? I don't know that. Do you know that, John?
How many states are what?
Have lottery for their licenses?
I'd have to look, but the majority of them do. And that's because the politicians, I got involved in a deal in California. There was 16 people. That's done by the cities. It's not done by the state. It's regulated by the city. 16 politicians were on the license. So, people think this is a chance to get rich and make a lot of money. There's a lot more to it than what you think.
But is a lottery a reasonable way to limit your licenses to some extent?
There's only 2 ways as far as I'm concerned. It's the lottery, or it's going to be fees. You will limit people.
Yeah, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Is there any other questions? Not saying any. There's quite a bit of written testimony. It says lunch, but I think we'll move on. No. We'll move to opponents. We're going to start off with Rochelle Colombo.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am Rochelle Colombo. I'm the Executive Director of the Kansas Medical Society. I'll be very brief today. Appreciate the opportunity to be a part of what I think is a very important discussion, obviously spirited. A lot of hours have gone into this discussion as the policy is critical for Kansans and how it affects them. The Kansas Medical Society represents all physicians statewide in every community and of every specialty, and we have long had a policy against the any proposals allowing for so-called medical marijuana. The reason for that is very, very simple. This is, as you all know, a federally prohibited substance. So to pass such a law would put state in conflict with federal law and puts physicians in the unenviable position of policing this federally prohibited substance. This is not a philosophical position. There is really just a concern that it puts physicians in an unfortunate position on something that has not had appropriate clinical testing, no medical efficacy, and the risks are unknown. There are several ways that can be addressed, but we don't believe that state policy is the best way to do so. Of the 37 states that have allowed for medical marijuana, I don't believe that any of their physician communities have supported that. And it's for the same reason. It's simply that this is not medicine. While it may be a substance that provides relief for some of the things that have been described that are real and concerning to a number of Kansas citizens, it is not an FDA approved medicine. And so we would simply ask that you please consider not looking this under the guise of medical terms. If you do go ahead and move forward with legislation, we have several concerns we believe should be addressed if a bill is to move forward. Those are listed in my written testimony. There are 5 that are prioritized. I'm going to be brief and yield my time to Dr. Voth. You're going to hear from him. I know you all have heard from him before. It's important to know that while he's one of our very own, lives here in Topeka, Kansas, he is not only a national but a global expert. He has served on many presidential administrations as advisor on drug policy and understands how drug policy ought to be enacted and what some of the risks are, not just medically, but I think as this committee tries to consider how this policy would move forward, there ought to be questions about a patient's right to recourse, for instance. That's something that we take very seriously in this state, is saying if a patient is injured due to medical malpractice or inappropriate prescribing, that patient has right to recourse. All of that looks different when you're looking at a federally prohibited substance. And we think all of those things ought to be considered. We would like to work with you in the instance that this bill moves forward to make it as good of a policy as it can be, and appreciate your time and attention to such a significant policy. And I'll happily stand for questions at the appropriate time.
Oh, is he on? Okay, go ahead, Dr. Eric Voth, MD.
All right, I hope you can see me. There we go. Good. I'm not in town and I'm not all dressed up and I don't have a tie, but I've not been smoking pot, I guarantee, although many of the people around me up here in Colorado have been. I'm going to specifically deal with the proposed legislation, but I want to make some generalized comments that I think are critical to get on the record. First of all, throughout the country, the medical marijuana legislation has been really the end game of the people that want to legalize marijuana. Every single state that has legalized marijuana had medical marijuana first. And now we're beginning to see those complications blow back, such as increased psychiatric problems with increased psychosis and opiate overdoses. Can you see me okay?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. So in addition, a whole host of psychiatric conditions, mostly being psychosis, but also the opiate overdoses have been directly related to the amount of marijuana. And Kansas should be very proud of the fact that they have one of the lowest opiate overdose rates, even though ours have increased slightly. They've been well below the national situation. And honestly, this whole marijuana issue of legalization has paralleled what happened with tobacco, which was deny the problems, misrepresent the literature and the science, and lobby. And then now we're stuck with all these marijuana problems throughout many states. Fundamentally, on this kind of legislation, you're bypassing the FDA. The FDA's primary and sole purpose is to protect the public. And all medications need to go through the FDA. There's a few other facts that have not been represented well. For instance, 80% of medical marijuana prescriptions end up being used recreationally. A new study out of Canada just showed that. The Monitoring the Future study has vastly increased, with 43% of young adults showing yearly and 11% showing daily usage. So now to the real guts of this bill. This has just literally been handed to the legislature by the marijuana lobby. You've got 22 diagnoses that are listed that it can be used for. And of those, the only thing that has good science behind it, and that's not even such good science, marginal, I'd say, is the use for pain of a neuropathic origin. Numerous studies have shown that, and if you want copies of that, I can be happy to provide it. The dose of marijuana that has been shown to trigger psychosis tends to be at around 10 to 15% THC. So that needs to be carefully controlled and is drastically more with vapes and oils, etc. So that dose needs to be low and needs to be closer to the research doses, which vary between about 2 and 20 milligrams of THC. Now, in prescribing, I'm going to call it because that's really what it is, there needs to be clearly documented history and physical exam and an indication of failed pain, and needs to be at least 2 or 3 failures of legitimate treatments of pain. There needs to be a specific dose. I mean, for instance, consider if you came to a physician and he was going to give you oxycodone, and he just gave you a piece of paper that said oxycodone, you wouldn't know the dose, the frequency, the amount, the refills, etc. And we have none of that required with this legislation. So we need specification of dose, supply, refills, etc. Also in the legislation, there's a medical practice committee requirement for having a pro-marijuana individual on there. That's ridiculous. It should simply be very skilled, professional folks that are taking a close look at things. Additionally, there should be no immunity for providers if they hurt someone, if they create psychotic episodes, if they don't follow what really needs to be done as a standard of care, they need to be able to be sued. And finally, there's really no documentation required or warnings on the prescriptions, warnings on the bottles, etc. And patient education should be required as well. One thing I want to point out that's totally overlooked from everywhere I've been or talked about this. If you look at what happens with 10% THC and you have a gram of substance, whether that's oil, vape, whatever, then 10%, then in that 10% THC is 100 milligrams of THC. I would normally, if I used it for a patient, write maybe 10 to 20 milligrams of THC. An oil that's 80% THC would provide 800 milligrams of THC, which is toxic. Same with the oils. So bottom line is we need to tighten this bill up significantly. I highly recommend and hope that you'll stick with the FDA because they're trying to grapple with this, but just passing it here is bypassing the FDA and opens up a lot of problems that we'll be dealing with down the road. And I would be open for questions.
Okay, questions?
By the way, I would add, if anybody wants copies of the science I'm talking about, and also a completely rewritten bill that I've created, I'd be happy to send to any of the legislators.
Okay, Representative Heiberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here. It's my understanding you recommended that the statute specify dosage restrictions for any medical marijuana or marijuana that's prescribed. Do you know of any other substance for which state statute directs doctors as to what dosage they should prescribe.
What I'm saying is they need to list that. So if you got, let's talk about oxycodone again. If you got oxycodone, you would get a specific diagnosis, a specific amount, so a specific dosage, and then you'd have a specific number of them and a specific number of refills, or maybe no refills. So with this, what I'm saying is the patient should receive X milligram of THC. And that needs to be specified rather than just some open-ended recommendation that allows people to have huge doses potentially and get into the psychotic episodes.
So my question is that specified in statute anywhere regarding oxycodone?
But oxycodone isn't the issue. It's specify what dose is being provided for the THC, the amount of THC, and the specific recommendation from the medical provider. It has nothing to do with oxycodone.
Representative Epley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Dr. Voth, for your testimony. I really appreciate it, and I hope you can hear me okay, long distance.
Yes.
I think you and I would agree wholeheartedly about FDA taking the lead on this years ago, or at least recently, and trying to resolve this so the states aren't left trying to function like their own individual FDAs. But on that very subject, as far as the dose, because I struggle with this too, we did at least put in a 30-day quantity, which is kind of aligned along the lines of opioid prescribing in this country currently. But I realize there's no dose specification. Do you think we should go so far in statute or in rules and regs to specify arbitrarily the range of what doses should be? I'd like to hear a little more guidance from you on this for the committee. Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You bet. In the literature and in the scientific studies, a good example is a very recent study that was looking at efficacy, and the doses that were used were typically between about 5 and 20 milligrams. I would be totally supportive of the notion of specifying very specific diagnosis amounts for a given diagnosis, and that would be pain. So even just specifying how much is being given and what kind of dose amounts would be, I think, a big step forward.
Go ahead.
So, Dr. Voth, what I think I'm hearing you saying, up to 20 milligrams a day would be the ceiling for you as far as dose. I mean, for average adult person requiring or getting a recommendation for THC use?
I'd go so far as to say even up to 100 milligrams. What I'm saying is that typically in the research, you're seeing most research being done around 10 to 20 milligrams, but I would support 10 to 15% THC content, which typically would mean around 100 milligrams. That's very tough, depending upon what the substance is you're providing. If it's an oil, then you got to have a specific percentage of THC, thus give them 20, 50, 100 milligrams, but at least the specified dose, because right now it's just willy-nilly.
No, I understand that. And so 100 milligrams per dose or 100 milligrams per day, or how much, doctor?
I think probably 100 milligrams per day max would be a reasonably safe and justifiable dose.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions, comments? Not seeing any? Okay, we'll move on to the next. Phil Cosby.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Philip Cosby, American Family Action. This is not necessarily my area of expertise. However, I felt compelled that this was something that I should weigh in on. I am amiss that I have not been here for the last couple of years on this. However, it doesn't mean I don't have some qualifications in this area. In another life, in my indiscretion of youth, I was stationed in Asia in 69 and 70 and lived in Southern California for the next 4 years as I went to college. So you can infer from that as far as whether I inhaled or not. But so I do have some qualifications in this area. The theme, however, in this that we keep hearing is mistakes and corruption. Mistakes, train wrecks. I asked one of the proponents, I says, can you name me a state that it didn't turn into a train wreck when they pushed this button to go? He hesitated and couldn't do that. Some did better than others, but they were all train wrecks. One thing that the chairman did bring out that I was going to camp on, but I won't, is that he's discovered and you've discovered there are over 50 things that your own administration has laid out that are problems with this bill that need fixed. When you get in your car and you look in your dashboard, you check your dashboard. And if you see red lights, you realize that you need to do some remedies before you hit the go button. If you've got 55 red lights from the KBI testimony, from the Alcohol and Beverage Control, from the Kansas Board of Pharmacy, the State Board of Healing Arts, the Department of Agriculture, Police Chiefs, Sheriffs, and Peace Officers Association, the League of Kansas Municipalities, just those were almost 60 problems that needed addressed. And I would guess through this day, you heard another 30 things that you made notes on that need remedied and fixed. It's impressive what the medical associations have rightly said about this type of medicine, they call it. The American College of Pediatricians. The American College of Pediatricians calls attention to the extensive scientific literature documenting marijuana use among youth as a risk factor for development of long-term mental illness, particularly depression, suicide, and schizophrenia. This data behooves government leaders to refrain from further legalization of marijuana use and to instead enact only policies that will reduce cannabis use among youth. Psychiatric Times. 15 studies reporting more than 3,000 patients suggest misuse, specifically cannabis misuse. National Institute of Health. Cannabis is involved in approximately 50% of psychosis, schizophrenia. Food Drug Administration. To date, the FDA has not approved a marketing application for cannabis for the treatment of any disease or condition. And I found it interesting that the FDA made a note that one of the reasons that they haven't is because of all the train wrecks that are occurring, the black market, the corruption, and the mistakes that are being made. And as well-intentioned as you may feel that you've got a grasp on this, you're going to be the next train wreck. Before you hit that go button, check your dashboard. If those lights are flickering red, don't push that button. I think it also interesting that when we talk about seed to sale or track to trace, catchy phrases, and the excitement of a gun that can pick up 80,000 tags with one squeeze of a trigger. Boy, we've got this figured out. Who's going to sit there and watch those cameras? One of the things when I put in seed to sale to find out what this was, I found a lot of very enticing, advertisements of what great software and hardware there was. But it was framed about marketing and inventory and shipping. Mostly it was an internal process for the industry itself. When I buy a product, I look for the reviews. Not one review was law enforcement saying this helps us. Not one review from governmental leaders saying this was a good product. It helped us. It helps the market in its distribution of product and tracking and employee theft, but no one is standing up and shouting for joy at what a great product this technology was. So with that, Mr. Chairman, Thank you very much.
Okay, questions? Not seeing any. Thank you. Next up, Greg Smith, Johnson County Sheriff's Office and former state senator.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee, for the opportunity to testify. Johnson County Sheriff's Office is against this bill, but after watching hearings last year and watching the hearing last week, we're fairly, and based on the fact that I spent 6 years up here in the legislature, we're pretty sure that this is something that's probably going to pass. So what we're asking for is that you listen to our concerns, because this is going to severely impact law enforcement operations and how we do business and how we're able to do business and keep communities safe. Our first concern is the terminology used. There really is no such thing as medical marijuana. It's a Schedule I drug, and that has no currently accepted medical use and a high potential for abuse. That's how it's classified. The term medical marijuana brings all kinds of problems to us. One being, if the federal government all of a sudden decides that they're going to do some kind of aggressive enforcement on marijuana, it doesn't matter what the state law in Kansas is. Those people are going to be arrested and they're going to face federal charges. This isn't much different than what happened to the weapon silencer case we had in Kansas. We had a state law and it was superseded by federal law. And that's just the way it works. Secondly, since it's not a medicine, it cannot be introduced into a county jail. That's a violation of federal law. It's a violation of the oath of the sheriff. We cannot prescribe something that's not an FDA-approved drug for someone that's an inmate in one of our jails. Not to mention the fact that something like edibles could very well turn into some kind of contraband currency that inmates are using to barter for different things inside of the jail walls. So we would ask that there be language in there that specifically prohibits the use of quote unquote medical marijuana in jails. And we'd be happy to sit down with the revisers at the table and work on that language. We have a lot of recommendations. We don't have any really specific language because we're not sure what the bill's going to look like yet. We're dealing with 2 bills from last year, and I don't know which one seems to be the one that everyone wants to move towards. The other thing with using marijuana in this fashion is it's going to drastically impact our canine operations. A lot of states that have medical marijuana, they're due to legal challenges. They have said that these searches aren't valid anymore. The dog picks up on marijuana and there's fentanyl in the car. We can seize the fentanyl, it's contraband, but we can't bring charges against those people. And Kansas, right now, with the way the border is, fentanyl's running straight up through our state. It's coming all the way up from Texas, up through Oklahoma, up through Kansas. We're part of the pipeline, and not being able to have a tool to interdict that would be a problem. We just recently got a new canine in February of last year and then one in February of this year. I went down and talked to our canine officers before I came up here. We're looking at $25,000 to replace those dogs. Once you've imprinted that animal with whatever drug it is that they're supposed to detect, you can't unimprint that from them. You can't teach it anymore that you can't find marijuana. They're stuck the way they are. And so that would be new dogs that we would have to get. And we would ask that you consider that as part of the fiscal note for this bill. You're setting us up for an unexpected cost and one of those unfunded mandates from the state to the county and local governments. One of our other concerns is the fact that we expect automobile accidents to go up. The fact that this bill specifically talks about edibles and not vaping or smoking or things like that is fine. But one of the studies that was done by the Insurance Information Institute found that edibles can take up to 2 hours before they take effect, and then impairment lasts much longer than someone that just smoked or vaped marijuana itself. And there's a list there in my testimony of different Institute for Highway Safety, insurance institutes that have done studies on this. And granted, most of those studies were done in states that have legalized marijuana, for lack of a better term. And our concern is that medical marijuana will lead to recreational marijuana in Kansas. Cannabis advocates like Ron Campia, he's the co-founder of the Marijuana Policy Project. They tote themselves on their website as the largest organization to promote marijuana laws and change marijuana laws, has said that they've always viewed, quote unquote, medical marijuana laws primarily to protect recreational users. So what's the agenda here? We're concerned about that. We agree with all the points that were presented in the association's testimonies last week. Kansas Sheriff's Association was part of that. And we would request permission from the committee to work with the revisers on concerns that we have so that we can get this right. There's going to be training issues that we're going to have to go into. There's going to be new equipment that has to be invented. You can't do a THC level test. It's not a roadside test. You can't stick a PBT like you can with alcohol and do those types of things. That equipment's being developed, it's being worked on, but it's not here yet. Those are going to be costs again that are going to come down to the county and local agencies, and we would again ask that you look at that as part of the fiscal note for this. There's a lot of other points we can make, but for the sake of time, I'll stay with the ones that I just have in my written testimony, and we'll be back in the regular session to testify on whatever bill comes up. We appreciate the fact that you let us come in today and present these concerns, and we're happy to stand for questions. I will add, though, however, a caveat to questions. I have suffered a profound hearing loss in my right ear. I'm actually under the care of a specialist, probably going to have surgery. So if you're asking me a question and I'm looking at the closed caption, I'm not being rude. It's so I can figure out exactly what it is that you asked me. So,
Representative Barker.
Good to see you here today. We kind of miss you up here. So, but I know you're busy with the Sheriff's Department in Johnson County. Are the Sheriff's Association, maybe it'd be a better question for Ed, and didn't ask it last week, but since 37 other states have legalized some form of medical marijuana, how are those police departments working with the same issues that you've brought up here today, as far as the dogs and the enforcement part of it? And I'm assuming you've contacted those police departments in those states, or there's probably some type of training that they're offering for new departments. But if you could address that, I would appreciate it.
All right, Representative Barker, let me make sure I'm answering what you asked me. Your question had to do with 37 other states have done this. Why haven't we heard about these types of problems?
No, how did they address, those law enforcement agencies address those issues? And have you contacted them to see how they've addressed those issues?
In some ways, they have not. There are 37 states that have implemented this, and there are 37 states that have 37 different problems in those states. I mean, you heard from Oklahoma last week. They obviously don't have it right. And every state that has implemented this has problems. Missouri has problems. The Missouri bill, on the other hand, is much more specific as far as quantities that a person can have, what dosages, THC amounts, those types of things, which brings up another question we have. You got a medical marijuana user in Missouri, you got one in Kansas. Our laws aren't the same. They cross the line. Now what? So those are the issues that we're looking at and that we're having to deal with. And the only reason that we bring them up, and the only reason that we're asking you to consider them, I mean, that's what this body is for. There's some great minds up here. You guys can come up with the solutions of that, I'm sure. But the problem is, if those solutions aren't there, if there's problems on this with rollout, we have to clean up the mess. Not you guys don't. We do. We're going to be the one on the street that are dealing with whatever the situation is.
Representative Hyberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here, Mr. Smith. When someone from your office stops somebody and they find oxycodone on them, what do they do? Okay. Could you hear me or understand the question?
Yeah, I got that.
I mean, I guess we've talked about what's happening when you stop somebody with medical marijuana and how to determine whether it's the 3-day dose. But so in the oxycodone situation, do you try to determine whether they're legally entitled to have what they have?
Well, depending on the circumstances, let's say a traffic stop, and for whatever reason, we develop the probable cause for the search and find oxycodone. There are tests we can do right there to determine what it is. There's a test we can do to determine, is it marijuana? But that's it. It doesn't answer any of the other questions. What's the THC amount? Is it medical marijuana? Is it not medical marijuana? Those are all issues that we're going to be dealing with.
But do you ask to see a prescription or try to determine if they're some legally entitled to?
Sure. If someone's been prescribed that, yeah, we're going to ask for a prescription bottle. Sometimes somebody has one, and if they're operating and under the influence from the oxycodone, it's still a crime.
And if they don't have the prescription, then it's an arrest? If they don't have a prescription?
If they don't have a prescription, sure. That's an offense in and of itself. If they're operating impaired and they do have a prescription, that's another.
Assuming they're not operating impaired, but they have the oxycodone, they don't have a prescription for it. Should I repeat that?
Assuming sometimes they have a prescription, not always.
Right. I guess I'm trying to make an analogy to what would happen if somebody stopped with medical marijuana. And I mean, it seems to me the procedures would be the same. If they've got an amount and they can't show you a prescription for it, then that would be something you could arrest them for. But I won't push that any farther.
Yeah, go ahead.
And do you know anything in federal or state law that would require state law on controlled substances to be identical to federal law on controlled substances? I'm sure that didn't translate very well into the. Could you read that?
No, it didn't translate very well. Are you asking if our federal and state law in line here, or the differences?
Is there anything that would require our laws on controlled substances to be identical to federal law on controlled substances? Is there any requirement that state and federal laws be the same on drugs?
I don't know that I have the expertise to answer that question.
Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, if a person has a medical marijuana card and applies to be an officer under your command, would they be considered?
Okay, they have a medical marijuana card. We've stopped them for some reason.
No, would they be considered for employment?
Oh, probably not.
Are there any other occupations which we should consider the same way?
The sheriff's office doesn't really have a position on that. I would assume anybody that's in a first responder capacity, we would not want them under the influence of something while they're out there trying to do the job.
EMTs, would they?
They would fall in first responder category, sure.
Firemen, same way. Firemen.
And yeah, any first responder, I would think would probably be good policy, but that's up to you guys.
And that's should we put something like that in policy?
Well, I'm not going to speak for EMTs and firefighters. You'll have to ask them.
Thank you.
Senator Hosher.
All right, there I am. Thanks. Sorry about the delay there. I just want to ask, I think I understood the conferee to indicate that there's no technology that exists that identifies the potency of a plant or the type of plant. Is that correct?
Correct. There's nothing I know that we have with our agency that we can, boom, right on the spot, tell you how much THC is in something.
Okay. I am thinking there are at least two companies that do have that type of technology and developing additional types of technology that do those things. And maybe we can just forward that later on to you or whomever needs that information.
Thank you, Senator. That's one of those things that we'd be asking for as far as a fiscal note on the bill.
Oh, and I think I also understood you can't teach a dog new tricks, correct?
You can't unimprint a dog. Yes, you can teach them new tricks, but you can't unimprint a dog once it's been imprinted.
Very good. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Representative Haswood.
Thank you. Can you give me the amount again per canine? I think in Douglas County we have one canine on our sheriff's department.
Sure. I mean, I can give you what ours cost. It varies depending on where the animal's purchased, the type of training, and that kind of thing. But I went down and checked with our agency specifically, and our two dogs were roughly $25,000 a piece. That includes training and the manpower for the officers that are involved in that training.
Thank you.
Other questions? I just want to say, it looks like we've got a pretty extensive list that we're working off of from last week, and probably got some new things to add this week. That's the reason why this bill didn't move forward last year, because in my opinion, it wasn't ready. There's a lot of problems with it. And, I put out a lot of legislation over the years, and, I try to get it right when I do it. And one of the questions you brought up was a very valuable one, the crossing state lines, buying it in another state. I mean, that has no benefit to Kansas, number one, and yet it's going to take our law enforcement, so, I mean, that's one of the small questions on that 58, 60 list that needs answered. And there's a lot of others like that on the dosage, on, we need to look at, there's things that we haven't heard yet, probably on work requirement and some of that we need to clean up. So, we're still pretty early on in this process. We're trying to get a bill that is a good bill for Kansas. And as you know, other states, the laws are a little different or work a little different. And
well, we appreciate the opportunity to be here today, Mr. Chairman. And like I said, we're more willing to come to the table and talk. We want to get the guardrails in place so that there's the least amount of problems with this as possible.
I'll be honest, I was really encouraged last week and everything that's worked forward that, we can get some good legislation together. And that's what we're trying to do here. I know some people, they want it now and all that. Things don't work like that in this building. And, we got to do it right. So
appreciate
thank you. And you'll be involved. Okay, we'll move on. Donna Lipton. Probably saying that wrong.
No, it's Donna Lipold with Culture Shield. And I have my testimony here if somebody wants to come and pass those out. Okay. Yeah, they told me to bring 50 copies. So, okay. Well, thank you so much for allowing us to have public comment on this. I think I was first alerted and concerned when Senator Olson made news in March of 22 and said that he was convinced that, or actually apologizing to the public for not getting this bill through by the end of the session, and then said that you would really, really try to get it done the first thing in 2023. So that set off some alarms. And a lot of people were saying, okay, hold on just a second. We're just a little concerned about what we're hearing here. So, but I would just want to say I was here all week, all day last week, and then today, and I have a lot of compassion for what I heard from people who have been helped with medical marijuana. Or we know that the plant, and I agree, the plant was made by God. There's things in that plant, chemical things that are very, very good for use. But the problem is, like Dr. Voth said, that 80% of the people that participate in medical marijuana in these states are really using it for recreational marijuana. And I think across the state, that's the concern of the citizens. We do not want to open the door so wide with medical marijuana that we go right into recreational marijuana that we don't want to legalize, because Missouri this year has, on November 8th, has it on the ballot to legalize recreational marijuana. They approved theirs on November 6, 2018. Oklahoma did theirs on on June 26, 2018, and yet there are huge issues with recreational marijuana. The School of Public Health said that the car crashes have increased because of cannabis being on the rise. In California, the Office of Traffic Safety reports that in 2018, 42% of all drivers killed in motor vehicle crashes were tested positive for illegal drugs, including marijuana. I don't think we want one. We don't want one. We don't want one crash. We don't want one death here in Kansas as a result of a decision that is made when there are many people in this state that are saying, would you please push pause? Would you please push pause on this? And when again, we're compassionate reasons, because legalizing marijuana, because there are chemicals in the marijuana plant that have been proven to help in cases of seizures, complications of chemotherapy, including nausea, loss of weight, pain in many forms. However, in Kansas, we have found a solution. And nobody's talked about that. And then I thought, well, after we heard what Senator Olson said, that was before June 9th in 2022, that a bill was passed that said that it's House Bill 2540 has reclassified medications containing part of the marijuana plant. And in our opinion, many people that I represent, this totally changes the premise of these drugs being unavailable. HB 2540 clearly moves FDA approved medications. I have just heard over and over again that the FDA has not approved any medications, and yet they have approved medications containing THC to a Schedule II status. This Schedule II status allows them to be prescribed by licensed medical providers in the state of Kansas. This provides our citizens with the historical oversight of these potentially dangerous substances. And when I say that, I'm talking about a lot of times our children getting a hold of recreational marijuana because medical marijuana, if it was to be legalized. So we have these, we need oversight, and now we have it, where patients can receive these medical and safe dosage with the education and informed consent necessary to ensure the likelihood of benefit with the least amount of risk and misuse. So I've had the opportunity to discuss this over the last 2 weeks with many physicians who I'm sure will be testifying when this comes to the House and the Senate, Fed and state. So pharmaceutical grade CBD like Epidiolex, is FDA approved and has shown efficacy for certain types of seizures. This is very unlike medicinal CBD provided by marijuana growers, where CBD concentration is completely unknown from batch to batch and grower to grower. I think that is a very important point to make as far as these dispensaries. You can go in one time and get it, and you know that maybe it did help, but you go in the next time and it's a different batch. It could be different. So patients can be misled by labeling, and the medicinal marijuana products is potentially leading and seeking out self-treatment and delaying medical care with pharmaceutical grade FDA approved products like Epidiolex. Additionally, there are concerns that availability and access to marijuana plants in our state could lead to impure medicinal products containing THC, the psychogenic portion of marijuana, and we don't want to see that for our children, or needlessly, when people think it's supposed to help with a certain ailment that they have, and then they find out that it really isn't. So the marijuana plant has many components that have been found to be efficacious for different medical problems, and we should take time to purify those components to provide the best medical care for our patients and not settle for medicinal marijuana grown by multiple individuals that cannot guarantee the purity or concentration of their products. And these are comments made by Dr. Galen Perry, who will be here in the session. With this new information, it seems irresponsible for Kansas to swing the door so wide with the possibility of endangering the entire population of Kansas. We would ask that you would push pause right now. With evidence that could lead to recreational marijuana, let's hope and pray that Kansas could take a stand for reasonable opportunities to help those who need it while protecting our youth from possible addiction and needless deaths on our highways. Our legislature should not increase revenue of the state at the expense of safety of its citizens. I was really pretty sickened this morning when I heard that the tax revenue could net something like 400 million. Since when do we try to raise revenue in our state as a result of our people being in danger?
I think that was Michigan. I don't think that was Kansas.
Well, I know it was an example, though, of what could happen. And I'm not interested in raising tax revenue. So, I mean, this way, there's another way. It's called let us pay the taxes. Let's not use gambling or alcohol or marijuana and I just don't believe that's ethical. So our legislature should, okay, I already said that, sorry. It would seem that additional staff would be financially prohibitive to monitor this unnecessary drug. The government was designed first and foremost by our founding fathers to protect and guard against evil. Kansas can do better than that, and it is proven by HB 2540. So that's my statement, and I do represent a lot of families across Kansas.
Okay, Representative Heiberg, you got a question?
Thank you, Chairman Olson.
Thank
you got it right. Thank you for being here. I want to make sure I understood one piece of your testimony. I think you referenced a study in California about fatal car.
The car wrecks?
Yeah, and you said 48% of
42% increase from drugs, and when they were tested,
I believe you said 42% increase involved drugs, illegal drugs, including marijuana. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's accurate.
Does that report indicate how many of those increased crashes involved marijuana?
No, it's a complete. It said that's what it actually said. It said legal or illegal drugs, including marijuana, of 42% increase. I think when I was here last week, the KBI said that actually 1 in 4 deaths in California, 1 in 4 deaths from traffic accidents in Colorado were attributed to marijuana.
Okay. Further questions? Not seeing any? Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to the neutrals. Eric Stafford. Oh, wait. Who do we have? Oh, Senator Hosher. Senator Hosher, you got a question? There's one more question. Yeah, for you.
Yeah, sorry. And actually, my question is for Dr. Voth, and I didn't get my hand up in time earlier, if he's still online.
I don't know if he's online. Are you online?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Nope.
My question was just this, and thank you for your information you shared earlier. Can you tell me what research licenses you have with the DEA?
I don't do any research with DEA.
Okay, very good. That's what I need to know. Thank you.
Right.
Okay. We'll go ahead and move on now to our neutrals. Eric Stafford.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Good to see you all again. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today. And as a neutral party on this subject, we were neutral last session, and I believe the session before, as this has been discussed in the State House. My name is Eric Stafford, Vice President of Government Affairs with the Kansas Chamber, and we represent small, medium, and large businesses from across the state. And often appear on policies, any policy that impacts businesses and the bottom line. Today, we are here to express our concerns about the bills you saw last year, same testimonies we had both on the House and Senate side of the legislation as introduced, intervening with employers and their ability to determine their own drug policies. On the second page of our testimony is language that was adopted in the House version and through an amendment and passed by the House in Senate Bill 158. I think it was probably just drafting error. Some of the problematic language was removed, but not all of it. There's so many sections of the bill so long that some of the language was taken out, but not others as it relates to workers' compensation. I believe the conferee after me, Mr. Tony Anderson, will talk about some of the specifics and how it impacts workers' compensation. But as you consider any legislation going forward, we would ask that it include the language that is on page 2 of our testimony. Previous versions shift the presumption on both workers' compensation and unemployment insurance to state that the employee is eligible for work comp and unemployment insurance if they are a medical marijuana patient. And our preference is that if an employer is in manufacturing or retail or whatever, and they have a zero tolerance drug policy that, as it states in section, on the section, I think it's 3A, we have a zero tolerance reference in here. And of course, I can't find it as I was reading it earlier anyway. But essentially, we're just asking that this committee not intervene with employers and their ability to determine what their own drug testing policies are. So that is all I have. That's the core of our testimony, and happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Questions for Eric? Not seeing anything, sir.
Thank you.
Tony Anderson.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman, committee members. I'm Tony Anderson. I'm a director with the Kansas Self-Insurers Association. We too are neutral on this bill, but we do have concerns about what has been proposed in the past and what you will consider in the future. Like the chamber, we have a concern about the intervention between the employer-employee relationship by this bill. In previous iterations of the legislation for medical marijuana, it had language that said, nothing in the bill shall be construed to affect the ability of employers to promote workplace health and safety by restricting the use of marijuana by employees, prohibit establishing a drug-free workplace, a drug testing policy, and or a zero tolerance drug policy, or prohibit an employer from disciplining an employee, discharging a person, or refusing to hire someone for the use of medical marijuana. That was in one of the bills. However, in that same bill, there was a provision that said, it is an unlawful employment practice for an employer to refuse to hire someone for the lawful use of medical marijuana. In addition, it would be an unfair employment practice to discharge or discriminate against an employee because of the person's lawful possession or use of medical marijuana. What we're asking for is just that it be crystal clear what is the expectation with regard to the employer-employee relationship. And for our position, we represent large companies in the state of Kansas or school board districts, municipalities, organizations that bind together for their insurance coverages. We would like to make sure that whatever you all consider and decide, that it is clear that the employer-employee relationship is not changed specifically by any legislation. That seems to me that the employer needs to be able to control the workplace and make sure that all of the employees there are safe. So that was the primary issue for us, is the safety of the workplace and the ability of the employer to control the workplace itself. Second is impairment in the workplace. It creates an issue in workers' compensation for our members, because currently, if you have a certain level of drugs in your system, marijuana, alcohol, even narcotics, methamphetamines, you can be denied workers' compensation benefits if it contributed to the accident. And so our position is we shouldn't change that policy. Even if we have medical marijuana, it's like the chamber discussed, There was provision in one of the bills that said if you have a medical marijuana card, and then you would not be denied workers' compensation benefits. But if it is shown that you are impaired in the workplace and that causes an accident or contributes to an accident, that it shouldn't be rewarded with workers' compensation benefits in those cases. So our position would be is to take that into consideration when you take into account what is being requested in this bill. And the last thing is, it creates an issue in workers' compensation because obviously we provide medical treatment under workers' compensation. If medical marijuana is legalized in Kansas, it would put employers in a weird position and a bad position that under federal law, they're not supposed to be, they can't provide medical marijuana, but yet under state law, they could. There's a conflict there that we just want to make sure that it's clear in the legislation that medical marijuana is not an approved substance for treatment of workers' compensation injuries. That's all that I have for you. If you have any questions, I'll be free to answer them.
Senator Alley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If a marijuana impaired worker is allowed to work in your facility, do you have any liability?
That's an interesting question. The liability not to generally a coworker, but could be someone who is visiting the place. That's potential.
Or the product which you're turning out may be not, because of the impairments, may not be up to standard.
Possible. It seems. You'd have to think of the fact pattern, and we lawyers always think everything's about what the facts are in the case. Is how did the impaired person's production affect the product that ultimately got sent out? If there was direct proof, yeah, that somebody was impaired, they produced a product, it caused a defect, the defect caused an injury, certainly that I could see somebody bringing us a lawsuit on that behalf.
Thank you.
Further questions? Not saying any? Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Pallas? Tom, are you on there?
Yep.
Are you down there where it's warm?
I am a little southeast of Kansas.
Yeah.
But thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for allowing me to testify via WebEx and obviously make some comments concerning medical marijuana. My name is Tom Pallas, and I'm here representing Lamar Outdoor Advertising. Lamar is one of the largest outdoor advertising companies in the world with over 351,000 displays across the United States and Canada. Lamar offers a variety of different advertising formats, both helping both local businesses and national brands reach their broad audiences every day. And you might be wondering why Lamar has interest in medical marijuana. First off, Lamar does not take a position supporting or opposing medical marijuana. What we do have some concerns with were language in prior legislation, more specifically House Substitute for Senate Bill 158, that had some advertising components in it, restrictions in the bill that Lamar opposed, and we did speak in opposition to that bill. However, on the Senate side, the Senate version, we didn't. There were some obviously advertising restrictions in it, but none that we would oppose. And I just want to touch base on a couple of sections that impacted the decision to oppose House Substitute for Senate Bill 158. One dealt with requiring all advertisements for medical marijuana to be submitted to the Secretary of Canada's KDHE. We feel that if the legislature or this committee or whoever drafts the bill puts in specific language that says what we can and cannot put in the bill, or what we can and cannot put on a sign, that will be sufficient. We feel that requiring KDHE to approve language on all signs seems redundant. Also, it just adds more governmental oversight, not oversight, but it just would cause a problem long-term. We feel that given the fact that we would submit the language for the sign, even though that it is in statute what we can and can't put on there, that it's a redundant act on behalf of the statute that we were looking at last year. And also it would require, they would have up to 21 days, KDHE would have up to 21 days to approve or disapprove a sign. And we feel that that could be dragged out, obviously, over several months if we don't have the period in the right place or what have you. Another piece of the bill, Senate Bill 158, would prohibit advertising on any interstate highway or federal highway that crosses the Kansas border within 10 miles of such highway. So as you can imagine, Kansas City being the largest market that we have, if we could not put a sign in within 10 miles of the Kansas-Missouri border, that could pose a problem for our customers. We did oppose that provision. We offered some alternative language, but at this point, obviously nothing happened last year. So therefore, we want to go forward. We want you to be aware of these concerns that we have with regard to advertising. As I stated earlier, Lamar has no position on the use of medical marijuana. However, if the legislature considers medical marijuana in 2023 session, we ask that consideration be given to our concerns with advertising of the product. And we asked that instead of requiring us to submit language to KDHE, that we be specific in the statute that says what we can and cannot put in the bill, or what we can or cannot put on the sign. I also, if you're concerned or have any questions about Lamar's policies regarding state and federal regulations, which I know that they have many that they have to follow, Matt Zielsdorf, a representative there with Lamar, is in the audience and can answer any of those questions. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, do we have questions? Not saying anything, thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Christy, Mayor.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for your time this afternoon. It's been a long day, and so I appreciate you hanging in there and giving us a little more time. My name is Chrissy Mayer, and I'm the Chief Community-Based Services Officer at DECA. We have a really unique perspective in that we're a substance use treatment provider in the state of Kansas and also do prevention work as well. We also do prevention work in Oklahoma, so we have that unique perspective as well. So we provide a variety of substance abuse prevention and mental health promotion services, including community education, training, and technical assistance. And we also manage the statewide naloxone initiative to prevent opioid overdose and save lives. We also provide mental health and substance use disorder treatment, child welfare services, and research and evaluation services. So you can see the testimony in front of you. I really just want to focus on one area because you've heard a lot about regulatory systems. You guys have done a lot of work on regulatory systems. You've heard a lot about marketing. You've heard a lot about employment. You've heard a lot about taxation. But one thing I don't think you've heard a lot about is public health related to prevention, treatment, and education. And that's one thing that I think you might want to think a little bit about if you decide to move forward with a bill. Allocating some specific funds for prevention and treatment would be critical. Prevention and treatment are usually woefully underfunded in our state, and there's lots of folks who don't have access to treatment services, and then also prevention services typically underfunded as well. So considering if you do implement a medical marijuana initiative, what are some initiatives you'll put in place to ensure that we have solid prevention efforts in place to ensure that our young people aren't gaining access to medical marijuana, and then also that people who need treatment services can gain access to treatment as well. Other areas to think about are related to outlet density. Typically when there is greater access to a substance or more retail outlets for a substance, there's more access to a substance, which includes that youth access as well. I did want to touch on advertising a little bit as well. Folks had talked about the different types of advertising. I would want to include some information about counter advertising and public education campaigns, just to ensure that information about risk and benefits of medical marijuana is vetted for accuracy. There's a lot of conflicting information out there, so making sure that we have good public education for folks is important. So with any legislation that does move forward, I would strongly encourage you to include some funding options for prevention and treatment and education as well. And you can utilize the rest of my testimony as you see fit, and I'll just take questions if you have any.
Okay, do we have questions? Representative Hyberg.
Thank you, Chairman Lawson. And thank you for being here. We heard testimony earlier today that in states that have adopted medical marijuana laws that they have not seen an increase in adolescent use. Do you think that's accurate or not?
Based on our work in Oklahoma, I would not agree that's accurate. Just we've seen our numbers go up in Oklahoma related to youth use, and I think a lot of that has to do with access. So I think there's probably conflicting information there. Is it significant? And then also your state, due to COVID, there's some issues with data as well related to our young people. So there's some variances there. But anytime you increase access to a substance, perception of risk decreases, which usually increases use among youth.
Further questions? Not saying anything. Thank you. We'll move on. Nick Rain-Necker. Just so everybody knows, this is our last conferee, I believe. There's a couple written, but actual verbal.
Sorry about that. Okay, my name is Nick Reinecker from Inman, Kansas. I'm a neutral to medical marijuana, as it were. I've been coming up here for like 10 years advocating for changing cannabis policy. And one of the things that I'm concerned with is, we have a Schedule 1, a Controlled Substances Act, which is a state Controlled Substances Act. And the National Controlled Substances Act has marijuana on it. They used to have it with an H, and now they spell it with a J. But we have a State Controlled Substances Act saying that we can change what's on there. We may not necessarily enforce the law, but if the federal government wants to come to Kansas and arrest somebody, then I would hope that a constitutional sheriff would come and intervene in that and say, hey, we're not going to go there. The origins of cannabis prohibition are pretty rotten, and I think the timeline that has provided us with where we are now doesn't provide that constitutional flavor that we really need. But I was concerned, there's a few things that I wrote down during the previous testimony. There's other options to medical THC, the KBI said. Syndrose, Marinol, and Epidiolex, which is CBD. And these are all made by pharmaceutical companies that are for-profit companies. So why is it that when THC and CBD is in a pill form, it's okay, but when it's in a plant form, it's dangerous or something that a police officer needs to take from a person? I don't like using the word marijuana. I think using the word cannabis should be done instead. The LD50 of marijuana or cannabis is, you can't really kill yourself on it. So I'm not really understanding why the dosage talk is being so talked about. If you titrate or if you take something and it makes you feel better, then that's the dose. We allow Adderall in school, and I put in my testimony in the back there. I didn't print it off, but I wanted to go through these. Number one is some stuff about question and answers on dietary supplements, including nutraceuticals. 2, most popular foods in America that we eat. 3, the top 25 psychiatric medications. 4, the 25 most common diagnoses. And 5, the 20 most commonly used ICD-10 codes. So I noticed we talked about first responders. I'm sure there's lots of EMTs and police officers and paramedics that are maybe diagnosed with depression, anxiety, or other pain issues, and they are prescribed pain medications, antipsychotics, antidepressants, and everything like that. But we allow them to do their job with that. You get in the word of impairment versus use and therapy and everything like that. On the advertising, you can go to the liquor store and buy these adult trick-or-treat bags. So yeah, let's just make it fair across the board. I think that individuals should be able to grow it at their residence and use it there. One thing that wasn't brought up any time during these conversations was the Second Amendment. And so I'm concerned if you have a registry for these people that you're going to allow to use this cannabis, how is that going to affect their Second Amendment rights? So if you have a veteran or whatever, and they've come and been in war and they come back and they want to use cannabis, I don't think that they're going to go through the Kansas medical marijuana program if they think that they're going to have to pay $32,000 a year for the cannabis, making other people money, and then be put on a registry so their guns could be taken away. One of the things with a car stop, you know, I want to be a police officer, but I can't be a police officer. I will not be an officer of the law until cannabis is taken off the Controlled Substances Act. But one of the options an officer has using cannabis as a gateway into the vehicle is if they don't find anything else, they can just throw that cannabis on the ground and move on to the next person. There's other options that they could do too, but I don't want to go into that. You know, in jails, a few years back, we had a warden testifying that K2, he had a problem with K2 coming in the prisons. So if you're calling this medicine and it's to help somebody have relief, why wouldn't it be available in the jails? I don't really understand that one. I don't like the talk about all the cameras and making security companies money and passing the things on to the you know, more profit everywhere else. Nutraceuticals are products which, other than nutrition, are also used in medicine. A nutraceutical product may be defined as a substance which has psychological benefit or provides protection against chronic disease. Nutraceuticals may be used to improve health, delay the aging process, prevent chronic disease, increase life expectancy, or support the structure or function of the body. I think it's important that we look that we don't have to do it this certain way. We can do it other ways that's constitutional and provides freedom and liberty for everybody. We are all Americans in here. We're all Kansans, most of us in here. And I think there are other wars that we need to identify and fight beyond this. I apologize that my testimony may not be as succinct as others, but there's just so much with this topic that you can go on to, all different areas. But I hope that we can have something that Kansas can be proud of, that is constitutional. Just thank you for the opportunity to come up. I ask everybody to show love, you know, pray for each other, and most importantly, stay away from idols. Thank you, and I appreciate the time. Oh, stand for any questions if there are any.
Okay, got any questions? Well, I think you're the one we've been looking for, Nick. I mean, no questions, and we're at the end. So thanks for coming.
Thank you, sir. God bless you.
And I want to say I appreciate everybody's testimony. I think it's been very helpful. You've gotten the list that I'm talking to committee now. Oh, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say one thing on extractions. This is a tea bag. And yes, I don't want any extractions going on with BHO or anything synthetic or anything like that. I'm a natural, purist guy. But when we talk about extractions, something as simple as putting this tea bag in a deal of hot water and extracting out that we need extractions and we need to be able to make products from the flower and we need the flower. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again, Nick. You guys got the list. There's also, I don't know, Michael, did you get the minutes out yet or not? No, he'll get the minutes out for this meeting and the meeting before. I've got a copy of them here. They'll be coming out. We're probably going to move that meeting in a couple weeks out, another week or so, to give these guys time to get their follow up questions kind of added, and then we'll have a meeting and discuss where we're going to go with legislation and allow everybody to do a little research. Okay. With that, we're adjourned.